my head, I fear. Thoughts build up until I can't hear. My mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear. Thoughts build up until I can't hear. That my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
First of all, are you nervous being here?
Yes.
After getting qualified immunity, Pawel Gumienny opens up for the first time.
Did you consider Mr. DULOS to be a close friend?
No.
He was your boss.
Yes.
Starting in 2016, Gumienny began working full-time for Fotis DULOS at his luxury home building company, 4 Group. He met Fotis's then-girlfriend, Michelle Triconis, shortly after. At first, he says she was friendly. He recalls an interaction with the couple when one of DULOS's dogs got sick. At some point, Jennifer Farber DULOS, Fotis's estranged wife, came up with this response from Triconis.
She said something like, can you believe that Jennifer won't even let the kids come over and say goodbye to the dog before we put him to sleep?
Tell the jury what the defendant said.
She said she should be buried right next to this dog.
Gumienny taking jurors back.
Okay, so that's a little bit of a recap from yesterday. I'm so astonished to see you guys here. I'm actually blushing. Welcome, good to see you. Plant Lady, Chelsea, Alf. I wonder whether we'll see Stephanie. There she is. We had a brief little conversation about Pawel today. So Pawel was on the stand again today in a dark blue shirt. We're going to listen to that testimony. I do want to encourage you to take notes, and they don't have to be sophisticated notes. All you have to do, I'd like you to do more than that, but all you really, your assignment, if you choose to accept it, is to count how many I don't recalls there are today from when the prosecutor speaks to him compared to when the defense attorney speaks to him. And it's a little bit unfair because the prosecutor was just wrapping up today, but I think you'll notice there are far more I don't recalls from the defense side, but it'll just be interesting to kind of count those. The real reason why I'm flushed is I've just come back from a bike ride, so I'm looking forward to letting Pawel do the talking. I'll try and do some listening. Good to see all of you. Let's listen to a little bit more of the wrap from yesterday, and then we'll commence with today.
Back to the day Jennifer disappeared. That Friday afternoon, he went to one of Fotis's properties in Farmington to pick up his red Toyota Tacoma. It's the same truck police allege Fotis used in the crime. When Gumienny got to the house, Fotis and Triconis were there.
How did Mr. DULOS react when he saw you?
The way I can say it, look, like surprised for a second or two.
So if Pawel was some kind of co-conspirator, you wouldn't imagine them being surprised, would you? The other thing I want you to try and concentrate on is to what extent is Pawel's testimony today different from yesterday? Think of in how many respects there's a difference, right? Thanks a lot, Alf. Alf has gifted 1 membership. Thanks a lot for that.
How did the defendant react when she saw you?
About the same way.
And when it came time to take the truck home, at first, Gumienny says the keys were in the door, then they weren't. He says Fotis said Michelle had the keys, and later, when police began...
What do you see in that image? What do you see in that image? And you remember yesterday I was saying, is that where Fotis got the idea that a bicycle would fit in the back there?
In their investigation.
He told me not to mention that, not to mention that Michelle had a key.
So you brought up the fact that your key wasn't in Tacoma and Mr. Doulos told you not to mention that Michelle had the key?
Yes.
In the days following, Gumienny
So there again, you can see the dirt bike in the back, right? Something else I want you to pay attention to, although I will highlight it for you guys, is you can tell there's a little bit of is it hard feelings? A little bit of maybe a chip on the defense's shoulder when he talks to Gumienny. Like at one point he says, "Do you know what euthanasia is?" It's a bit of an unfair question, but it seems like he's kind of talking down to him, trying to maybe get him to, get a bit upset or something. But Pawel could just as easily have been a defense witness, just as easily.
says Fotis got the Toyota Tacoma detailed. Fotis started pressing him about changing the seats or even selling the car.
He told me, go to junkyard, get Tacoma seats or some other seats, pay cash, and I will reimburse you for it.
He says Fotis then asked him not to call the seats, but hardware moving forward.
Were you growing nervous or suspicious about Mr. Doulos?
Yes.
Outside the courtroom Tuesday, the Troconis family reading emails of support from the community aloud.
And I hope that, we can continue demonstrating that she has nothing to do with the disappearance of Jennifer Doulos.
Doesn't that seem like a little bit of PR going on? The family on the sort of day that Michelle kind of looks the worst, on the day that a quote is repeated, supposedly, allegedly verbatim, the family are kind of, I don't know, trying to control the narrative, trying to sort of mix up the narrative. Again, just trying to cheerlead her, right? Do you think it's working? Okay, so we're going to go from, this is from Fox 61. I'll put a link to this little clip in the description if you guys are interested. Instead of going to Law and Crime for our feed, this time we're going to go to the Fox 61 feed just because it's doesn't have a huge logo stamped all over it. So that's really the reason. Okay, you guys ready? Jimmy, come. Come, boy. Come. Come, boy, come. Come. Come, boy. Timmy says hi. It's, Timmy says hi.
Council stipulate, please.
Yes, Judge. Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We continue with the state's case.
Good morning, Mr. Gumienny. Good morning. Mr. Gumienny, where we left off yesterday, you had given the seats that were in your Tacoma Ford Focus seats to Sergeant Al Bisson. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
I want to show you some photographs if I could. Judge, I have a disc here, which has been pre-marked for identification as State's Exhibit 126. I provided a copy to Attorney Schoenhorn, and I believe he does not have an objection, so I would formally move this disc into evidence. That's correct.
Thank you. 126 admitted as full, State's 126.
Yes, sir.
So there are a couple of questions I want to ask before he starts testifying. One of them is, how does his testimony today compare to yesterday? Does he come across stronger, more credible today? Or weaker and less credible today? Also, how has his appearance changed? Would you say his appearance has improved compared to the previous day? And then also, I don't recall, how often is he using that phrase? With the prosecution versus with the defense?
Judge, within states 126, there's a folder entitled Toyota Tacoma. And there's a photograph entitled 335 Tacoma seats. Mr. Gumienny, do you see what's shown in that particular image?
Yes.
And can you just tell the jury what's shown in this image?
Those are those 2 seats that I removed from my Toyota Tacoma.
And can you indicate for the jury there appear to be 2 seats within the image? Can you indicate for the jury which one was the driver's seat and which one was the passenger seat? If you have to stand up, that's fine.
Do you have pictures from different angle?
We can get them for you, yes, but not currently.
No. I mean, the only way I could tell,
Well, I'm going to object as non-responsive, Your Honor.
Well, the last comment from the state.
So I don't know what you guys remember from yesterday, but what I remember was he said that he was in the process of trying to prepare the seat, and he was using an angle grind, and he didn't want the seat to catch fire. And so that is why he removed this. And I have to say, and this is simply my opinion, but I have to say, well, I must say, I really don't like these folds in my neck. It just shows I need to lose some weight. Well, I did swim 1 kilometer today, and I did cycle. I've just cycled. I'm trying to get there. Anyway, the point is, the impression I got, and it's just my opinion, is that he was actually trying to replace the seats, grew frustrated, realized it was quite a lot of work, and then isn't that why he decided to, in other words, he made a decision based on entropy. I don't really feel like doing this, so I guess that decides on whether I'm going along with FOTUS or not. If the seats had been a slam dunk to install, would he have gone along with FOTUS? What do you guys think? If the seats had been quick and easy to install, do you think that would have been the straw that didn't break the camel's back? What do you guys think? Oh, okay. So I could have thyroid. I hope it's that in my case, anyway.
State was, we can get them, but right now.
But anyway, the bottom line is the seat with the cover pulled off was the driver's seat. It's quite strange that he can't seem to remember that here. I can remember it.
We cannot get those other photos. And the witness was about to say the only way he could tell, and it may be that the witness was about to say the only way he could tell is if there's another angle.
Nice going, Shanna.
Or another photo showing a different angle. So the objection is overruled.
You can finish your answer, Mr. Gumienny.
I could tell by where the seatbelt attachment is on which side of the seat. They are always on the center console side. So if you have a picture from a little different angle,
All right, we'll see what we can do. Now, your recollection, though, was that you believe you took the cover off the driver's seat. Is that correct? And if we could just X out of this photo and pull up the other photograph within this.
Well, you don't need to think. We know that he cut a deal, and that will be dealt with. Don't worry, it'll be dealt with by the defense. I'll let him deal with that.
Folder. Mr. Gumienny, what is that?
that looks like my 2001 Tacoma.
And how do you know it's your 2001 Tacoma?
The color, the type of the truck, and the most noticeable thing, it's this snowplow mount.
And I'm just going to ask if you could stand up and just show the jury the snowplow mount that you speak of.
It's this and the wire harness.
Okay, so I just want the record to reflect, Mr. Gumienny, you just with your left index finger pointed to.
So he also said yesterday that that was another way he made some money, was by making himself available to do snow plowing. That's something that would be totally unheard of in my country.
This photo, what is that?
That's a wiring harness that controls the plow.
Did your Toyota Tacoma also have chrome running boards?
Yes.
Just to deal with what Hamilton says there, you know, putting in the seats of another make of vehicle when, you know, they don't slot in the same way, probably would have involved a fair amount of work. You've got to create anchors for them, which is a little bit of an engineering job, and probably sounded or seemed easier to do than it was in practice. I mean, in the end, how was he? He was driving around with a bucket propping the seat up from the back. So in the end, he failed to set up the seats, didn't he?
And where were they located on the vehicle?
Underneath the driver and passenger side doors.
Mr. Gumienny, you mentioned yesterday on direct examination that you went with Mr. DULOS to 80 Mountain Spring Road as he was driving your Tacoma there. Is that correct?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that you don't recall the exact date of that?
Yes.
How many times did you do that with Mr. DULOS?
Just one.
Now, I want you to just observe how, because this is kind of giving you a baseline, right? I just want you to observe how he's got his, I'll go back a couple of seconds, he's got his head slightly down like this. And he's kind of, how can I put it? He's, I guess, subconsciously reducing the amount of his face that's visible to the person that's questioning him. It's a kind of way of almost bracketing the person that it's also in a way a response to being nervous, right? And you might, and the reason I'm showing it to you here is when he does it with the defense attorney, it seems like, oh, he's doing it with a defense attorney. I'm just trying to show you it's kind of a baseline thing. Just go back a couple of seconds.
Driver and passenger side doors.
Right? And that is I think a sign of him being a little bit intimidated. He's trying to sort of block out the person that's asking him a question. You'll see he does the same thing with the defense attorney. And it seems like when he does it with a defense attorney that he's not being honest. I think he's just nervous, and he said that he's nervous. And anyone, I think, would be nervous in his situation, in his shoes.
Mr. Gumienny, you mentioned yesterday on direct examination that you went with Mr. DULOS to 80 Mountain Spring Road as he was driving near Tacoma there. Is that correct?
Yes.
And
Yeah, not to put too fine a point on it. I mean, my dog, sometimes when I call him, he's looking at me, but you can just see his eyes. It's just I don't know if someone is just unselfconsciously not aware of their body language, but it does appear nervous because they are nervous, right?
would it be fair to say that you don't recall the exact date of that?
Yes.
How many times?
I think it was this person who said, I could be wrong, who said, you've got to, you've got immunity, so there's nothing to be afraid of. That's not the case. If he misspeaks, if he is keeping something a secret and he reveals that in a certain area, he could be in serious trouble. I think the other thing, personally, I think the thing that he's the most nervous about is the publicity. I should have done this before yesterday, but when you looked for photos of Pawel Gumienny or articles about him, you just couldn't find anything. You couldn't find virtually any information about him other than in the affidavit, not even a photo of what he looked like. And I think that's deliberate. I think he deliberately wanted to be out of the public eye. And I think the other thing is, if reporters found him and he gave interviews or he said something somewhere in social media, he could lose his immunity, right? So all of that immunity is conditional, which would make anyone, I think, a little bit nervous.
Did you do that with Mr. DULOS?
Just one.
Judge, I'm going to ask that we pull up in the photo.
So Benita says it could be an Eastern European thing. It's quite interesting.
Or in the folder entitled States Exhibit 81. There's a photograph, 77 Mountain Spring Road, surveillance 5/23/19. And within there is a clip entitled 23/4:57 p.m. Just going to ask if we can play that. And Mr. Gumienny, can you look at the clip behind you?
Did you see it go by? Just at the top there.
Mr. Gumienny, did you recognize any of the vehicles in that clip?
Yes, this is my Tacoma and DULOS is Ford Raptor.
And who was driving the Tacoma in this footage?
Ford is DULOS.
And who was driving the Raptor?
I did.
And where did the two of you go?
To 80 Mountain Spring Road.
And just so the record is clear, both vehicles make a left off of Mountain Spring Road into the driveway of 80 Mountain Spring Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you guys catch that, or do you want me to play it
And
again?
I believe you indicated that Mr. DULOS backed in to 80 Mountain Spring Road. Is that?
He pulled in and turned around, so the truck was ready to leave.
How long were you at 80 Mountain Spring Road for with Mr. DULOS during that trip?
Did you catch that he was saying that the truck backed up into the driveway? How many cases do we know of where someone did that and it was under suspicious circumstances. Well, we know Chris Watts did that. We know that Scott Peterson did that. We know that Letitia Stork did that, although she may normally have parked that way. Anyone else? Casey Anthony, I think she also backed her vehicle into the garage. I don't think that was something she normally did. Can you think of any other examples? Do you, as a routine, normally back your vehicle up to your driveway? I mean, I've driven through America. I remember when I stayed in Boise, I stayed in a Airbnb for 2 weeks, and I didn't think of backing up to the driveway. Barry Morphew, did he back up to the driveway? Brian Koberger, did he back up? He made a U-turn. That's kind of interesting one. And anyway, let's continue. Alf says, I'm not good at backing up.
We left the truck and we went back.
And Judge, I should have indicated this, but the record should reflect that the timestamp on this video is a day and 10 minutes fast. So this is actually May 23rd, 2019 at 4:57 p.m. and 34 seconds.
Thank you.
So I'd like to play another clip for you if I could.
Now, I believe these clips may be, and I could be completely wrong here. Remember yesterday they were going to play clips and Schoenhorn said something about the timing is totally wrong. I think these are the clips that they were sort of arguing about, or that he was disputing. And so I guess the timing has now been sorted out and solved.
And just for the record, the clip is in that same folder entitled 23:5:01 p.m. 77 MSR. I'm just going to ask that you watch that clip.
Okay, it's up over there. Right. On the 24th at, I don't know if that's the right time.
That's what it looks like.
Okay, so I'm just gonna, if the record could reflect that the actual time is May 23rd, 2019 at 5:00 p.m. and 45 seconds. Mr. Gumienny, did you recognize any vehicles in that clip?
Yes, the black Ford Raptor.
And would this have been after the Tacoma was dropped off?
Yes,
Do you recall who was driving the Raptor at this point?
I don't.
I don't recall. Now, I wonder whether the prosecution and law enforcement didn't make a mistake here, where because the clock from the surveillance was a day, what is it, early, they got ultimately the wrong surveillance. We'll see, I guess.
If I could have a state's exhibit.
It is a huge truck. They in America you get the F-250, which is pretty big. The F-150 is smaller, and that is the biggest pickup truck in my country. It's also, I think, the most expensive in my country. You can have a lot of fun with the vehicle because it's got a lot of different, it's got separate shocks on each wheel, whereas most vehicles have got the shocks kind of paired, if that makes sense.
For the record, I'm holding State's Exhibit 88, which has already been admitted into evidence.
The clock on the surveillance showed May 24th, when it was May 23rd. I'd like to know whether they're going to show the guy on the bicycle.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if I could just have one moment.
Yes.
Bring it down slightly. We want to see that.
Mr. Gumienny, were you driving your Toyota Tacoma on the morning of May 24th, 2019?
No,
As far as you knew, where was your Toyota Tacoma located?
at 80 Mountain Spring Road.
Now, I want you to just look at this photograph behind you. Does this vehicle appear to be consistent with your Toyota Tacoma?
Yes, the crawling boards look like the rims.
And there appears to be an object in the bed of the vehicle. Did you, when you dropped your Toyota Tacoma off at 4 Jefferson Crossing, in other words, the last time you had possessed it prior to taking it back on the 24th, was there anything in the bed of your vehicle?
Other than like bungee cords and tie-down straps that are used for tie-down dirt bike. They
So
should not be.
Nothing that resembled this object here, correct?
No.
Okay, and just for the record, I'm pointing to an object in the bed of the vehicle at this point.
It's interesting that he, I guess, is not allowed to ask, what do you think that object is? It's interesting.
Turning 88. Just if you show me how to do it. Okay, you can leave it off because I'm going to use it again.
Yeah, but it blocks the it blocks the view. So you want to go back to the computer, which is 4.
So if you are this guy, you are Pawel, and you've cut a deal with the state, with the prosecution, what are you actually nervous about in court? You've cut a deal with the prosecution, and the prosecution are talking to you, and you've probably spoken to them extensively. What are you actually nervous about? See what you guys say. Eric says he might not be telling the truth. Could be a factor.
Mr. Gumienny,
That's what I'm thinking. Is he's nervous? What are the defense going to? Sorry, this one. Are the defense going to expose him in some way? Are the defense going to wrong foot him in some way? Right. That's what I was looking for. Nice one, Julie.
Gumienny, you also indicated that you stopped at a gas station on May 24th, 2019, correct?
Yes.
Which gas station did you stop at?
I believe the name, it's Babu Mobile or something like that. It's across the street from Yukon.
What vehicle were you driving when you stopped at the gas station?
Ford Raptor
And how did you pay for the gas?
with American Express.
Whose American Express card?
It belonged to Ford Group, but it was under my name.
And so, because this was a business expense, did you hang on to the receipt?
Yes.
And I'm displaying within States Exhibit 126, there is a image entitled Babu Mobile Receipt 52419. Mr. Gumienny, is this a photograph of the receipt that you got from the mobile gas station on May 24th, 2019?
Yes.
And could you indicate for the jury how many gallons were purchased?
It looks like 22.6.
And is that more gallons than the Toyota Tacoma can take?
Yes, Toyota Tacoma dry empty tank won't take more than 17 gallons, if I'm not mistaken.
Hi, Serenity.
You testified yesterday on direct examination that after getting to 4 Jefferson Crossing in the afternoon on the 24th, you went to 585 Deer Cliff to pick up a 2x10 plank for your dirt bike before you went to 80 Mountain. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, ladies, I'm sure the guys know the answer to this. Eric, you may not say anything. Hamilton, you may not say anything. What do you think, ladies, what do you think the purpose of the plank is? Why does he need a plank? And it's got, am I giving too much away? It's got to do with the dirt bike. Yeah, he was filling up the Raptor's tank. Why did he need a plank?
I have here what has been pre-marked for identification as States Exhibit 125. This is a still shot from residential surveillance footage. Your Honor.
That's right. All of you are right.
No objection. No objection. I move it in, Your Honor.
Stage 125 admitted as full.
That's it. That's it.
Mr. Gumienny, I'm just going to
That's
ask you,
right.
look at this photograph. The timestamp indicates May 25th, 2019 at 5:08 and 54 seconds p.m. The actual time is May 24th, 2019 at 4:58 and 54 seconds p.m. And I'm just going to ask if you can look at this still shot and tell us what you see in the still shot with respect to any vehicles.
It looks like a Ford Raptor that I was driving that day, with looks like a 2x10 sticking out of back cargo area.
And Judge, because of the small nature of this photograph, is it all right if I publish this to the jury by just passing it around?
Yeah.
And just for the record, Mr. Gumienny, can you point out where the object is, the plank?
It's right on the back of the truck.
So the plank is placed on the ground and going onto the tailgate, I guess, of the pickup. And then the dirt bike then is sort of pushed up the ramp. I doubt whether he would be on the bike when it goes up, but it helps to load it by sort of pushing it up on a gradual surface. You are hearing Timmy. I'm not snoring. You're hearing Timmy.
Thanks.
Today looks like she's wearing light blue.
Returning 125 to the clerk. And can you just tell us again why you took the plank to 80 Mountain Spring Road?
I took the plank, because I just wanted to load the dirt bike on the back of try to load the dirt bike on the back of the Raptor. And as I was leaving 585 Deercliff, I thought of stopping by 80 Mountain Spring to see if the key is in my truck or DULOS might be there.
Going to show some additional residential surveillance footage at this time. Within States Exhibit 126, there's a folder entitled States Exhibit 81. And we're going to open the folder entitled 77 Mountain Spring Road Surveillance Footage 5/24/19. And we're going to begin with the first clip.
So the impression I'm getting is that the prosecution are trying to verify Pawel's story. Pawel says, I did this, I got the plank, then I went there, and they're using surveillance footage to show that it's true. And why are they doing it? To establish his credibility ahead of being cross-examined.
Which is 24/16/58 p.m. I'm going to ask that you turn around and just watch this clip.
So look at the top of your screen.
Mr. Gumienny, what was shown in that clip?
It looks like me driving the Raptor to 80 Mountain Spring Road.
I think that's the 24th.
And approximately how long were you at 80 Mountain Spring Road the first time when you walked around the property with Mr. DULOS?
Can't recall it exactly. I want to say around 10 minutes.
And as you were leaving, did Mr. DULOS and the defendant leave also?
I'm assuming. I don't remember seeing them in the mirror following me on the road.
And do you know what vehicles they were driving?
There was white Jeep Cherokee and black Suburban.
I'm just going to play another clip. The next clip is entitled 24/17/02 p.m. We can pause it there. We pause the video, Your Honor, at 19 seconds. Mr. Gumienny, can you just indicate to the jury what we just saw?
It looks like it's me in the Raptor leaving 80 Mountain Spring Road.
Okay, if we can continue to play the clip.
That's the Jeep.
We can pause it there. Mr. Gumienny, I believe you indicated that there was a white Cherokee and a black Suburban at 80 Mountain. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do those appear to be depicted in this particular clip that we've now paused at
Yes.
40 seconds?
Yes.
Okay, we can keep playing.
Looks like an overcast day, doesn't it?
Incidentally, in that particular clip, the vehicles are heading left on the screen, is that correct?
Yes,
And is that headed back towards 4 Jefferson Crossing and 585 Deer Cliff Road?
that's correct.
I want to open up another folder if I could. And if we can open up the folder entitled Photos of 80 Mountain Spring Road. And
So someone has asked, I don't know why he needs immunity. Does he know something? And the answer is he does know something. He's kind of the star witness here. He was driving around on the 24th, and he actually caught Fotis and Michelle unawares. He caught them by surprise. The other thing, which is why he needs immunity, is it seems like his vehicle was used as part of the execution of the crime. It actually looks like the poor Jennifer Dulos's body was placed in his car. Just that on its own, that there's a woman who was murdered and her body was placed in his vehicle. I almost think anyone would want immunity under that circumstance. Someone put a dead body, someone murdered, someone put the body in your car, and you gave permission for your car to be driven around. And now you must testify, but you're innocent. Aren't you going to want immunity? Because someone could easily say, yeah, he gave us the car, he's part of this. In fact, it was all his idea.
specifically the second file, the 80 Mountain Spring Road aerial view?
It does, doesn't it?
Mr. Gumienny, I'm just going to ask that you look at this aerial view photograph and
You're right.
tell me if you recognize the area.
Yes, I do.
And can you tell the jury what area this is?
Property to the right of the main road, it's 18 Mountain Spring Road. And
Sorry, go ahead.
the property to the left, it's 77 Mountain Spring Road.
And can you just stand up and indicate to the jury when you first encountered Mr. DULOS and the defendant on this property on May 24th, 2019, where you drove and where everybody was? Can you just stand up and show them?
So I came down this road and I drove in here and I worked through someplace.
Okay, so I just want the record to reflect that your right index
I'm
finger.
sorry, could Mr. McGinnis stand so I'm able to see? He's blocking my view, please. Thank you.
I just want the record to reflect that your right index finger went down on the photograph on 80 Mountain Spring Road until you reached the driveway of 80 Mountain Spring Road, and then you took your index finger and you brought it up the driveway. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you just point out to the jury where the vehicles were parked in this particular photograph?
The other car was parked somewhere around here.
And you're indicating with your right pinky finger the area located behind the house that appears to be a driveway, is that correct?
Yes.
Approximately how far from the road is this particular area that you just pointed to?
Don't know, I want to say 300 feet.
If you're standing on the road, can you see the back of the house?
The back of the garages. you mean?
Yeah, the back of the garages. If you're standing in front of 80 Mountain Spring Road, can you see the back? You cannot, correct? Thank you, sir. And just going to pull up the next photograph in that folder entitled 80 Mountain Spring Road Garage View. Mr. Gumienny, just indicate for the jury while you're standing there, perhaps where the vehicles were parked if they're shown in this photograph and where Mr. DULOS and the defendant were standing when you first arrived.
So the other car was parked somewhere in here.
And you're making a circular motion with your right pinky finger in the bottom right-hand corner of the photograph, correct?
Yes. The Raptor was parked somewhere in here.
You're making a circular motion in the right center of the photograph, is that correct?
Yes.
At the bottom? Okay.
I believe the Chevy Suburban is parked here and then the Jeep was.
Okay, so you're indicating that the Chevy Suburban was parked in front of the center bay of the garage, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and where was the Jeep parked?
It was kind of like turned behind the home.
Thank you, sir. You can have a seat. I believe you indicated that at some point you and Mr. DULOS returned to 80 Mountain Spring Road, is that correct?
Yes,
Which vehicle did you return in?
and the Raptor.
I'm just going to place some additional residential surveillance footage.
Okay, so Free Spirit seems to be very interested in the immunity aspect. Let's try and think of other cases where there was immunity. One was the Patrick Frazee case where Crystal Kenny was given immunity. She took a plea deal. She ended up serving, she was really an accessory. She helped clean up the murder scene, but she provided evidence which without that, they probably wouldn't have got a conviction. She was supposed to, I think, serve 3 years. I think she ended up serving 2, but caught the big fish who is Patrick Frazee. Another interesting example, but quite a current example, is in the Alec Baldwin case. As far as I know, I could be wrong on this, but as far as I know, Dave Halls, the assistant director, has made some sort of deal. Don't quote me on that, but as far as I know, he's taken a deal. There might be someone else as well. Those are examples. I wouldn't be surprised if Nicole Kessinger also took some kind of deal. Anyone think of another example, something like that? And interestingly, in the John Benet Ramsey case, the district attorney, Mary Lacey, just seemingly out of the blue, just gave the Ramseys basically immunity, basically just said, we're sorry, we don't consider you suspects anymore, you guys are innocent. And someone afterwards said that shouldn't have happened. So Scott Peterson's mistress, I think she was given immunity. Yeah. There's another good example. I don't know if you know this case. It's a very disturbing case. I actually did the book cover and started researching this book, but I never got to writing it. What does Terry Dean say? Anyway, let's listen to what he says. If you guys have got any other thoughts, put it in chat and I'll highlight it.
From folder states 81, subfolder 52419. And I think that's it. Playing 17:14 p.m.
Yeah, it's a good point. I'm not sure if Amber Frey got immunity. I'm not sure if she would have needed it. Not sure. Melanie Gibb, that's a good example.
So again, I've neglected to do this a couple of times, but again, the timestamp is a day and 10 minutes fast. Mr. Gumienny, What was shown in that particular clip?
It looks like me and DULOS driving back to 8 Mountain Spring Road.
And I believe you indicated that this is when you were told by Mr. Doulos that the defendant had the keys to your Tacoma, correct?
Yes.
And
Okay, so just a couple of observations on body language. Has he folded his arms yet? If he has, I haven't noticed it so far. I have seen him with his arms folded when the defense is talking to him. Has he swayed in his chair? I've seen a little bit of that. I mean, sometimes even when he's looking at a photo, he sways in the chair. That's just self-soothing. And so that can be an innocent thing where you're nervous. Anyone would be nervous in that situation. And so you are self-soothing. You know, it's the same gesture one might make when you waiting for a flight and maybe there's a possibility that your flight might be delayed and then you might be standing and go from one foot to the other. It's just a kind of a subconscious self-soothing. Biting your nails is self-soothing, right?
you indicated that the defendant returned to 80 Mountain Spring Road.
Correct.
Do you recall which vehicle she returned in?
Can you repeat that?
Do you recall which vehicle she returned in?
Your Honor, this has all been asked and answered yesterday.
What's foundational for the clip that I'm going to play, Judge?
Well,
Okay, before I forget, although I think it is going to be brought up by the defense, what is a good word to describe, and of course it's allegedly, I'm not quite sure you can prove that she said it, but this witness said that Michelle said something about that bitch should be buried next to this dog, right? And what is a good word to describe, if it's true, that kind of sentiment? What kind of it's a word that we do bring up every now and then in true crime, certainly on this channel, and it's not hearsay. What kind of sentiment is that? Okay, it's vicious, it's animosity, but something else. So it's a particular kind of criminal psychology. Right, and the answer is it's sadistic. That's the answer.
Sadistic.
It is, as someone said, it is vicious, it's cruel. There's some other adjectives. It's cold-blooded, it's inhuman, it's ruthless, it's heartless, right? But in terms of the right adjective for criminal psychology, criminal, activities, that's really the opposite word, sadistic. It is essentially where you derive satisfaction. I wouldn't always necessarily say pleasure. I wouldn't say it's not pleasure, but it's basically you feel good, you feel satisfied, you feel good at the expense of somebody else. You derive satisfaction from the suffering or humiliation of somebody else, right? And that comes through quite a few times. She apparently didn't say the B word once and something really nasty once. She said it more than once. And it's quite interesting how the defense lawyer deals with that aspect. We will get to that.
Quite frankly, the routes taken between
Yeah.
4 Jefferson Crossing, 80 Mountain Spring Road, 585 Deerfield are not easy to remember. So
Okay, so I want to, just while we are on this little break, I just want to talk about in many years of writing books, many years of dealing with the notion of a psychopath, something that quite surprised me was that there's some professions that tend to have more psychopaths than others, such as chefs, such as CEOs. But the one that really stood out to me was radio reporters and journalists. And often journalists think of, especially when they cover true crime, they think of it as a story. And it's quite understandable in a way that when you deal with it day in and day out, that you are going to think about, Gabby Petito, Kylie Rodney, Madeleine McCann, just as a story. And I remember, I can't quite remember the details, but I remember Brian Enton saying, I think with regard to the Idaho 4 case, that is just a reminder that these are real people. And you sort of think, of course they're real. But I mean, I've also had that sense when you're sitting in court and you see autopsy photos and you suddenly see this person that you've only seen looking happy and bubbly and smiling in their own social media that's rebroadcast in the media. And suddenly you see an autopsy photo and you realize, oh, that really happened. Or you see the perpetrator right in front of you in court and you realize this is real. And I'm just saying that Michelle Troconis, her job was she was a reporter. She worked for ESPN. And, I do feel like there's a tendency when you're in the media where you can become very much the center of whatever story, and everything around you is just a story. But the reality is everything around you is someone else living their lives. It's not just a story. And so, when you think about Michelle Troconis, you see her there. She looks like a librarian. She's kind of very understated. I don't know if that's the real Michelle Troconis. The real Michelle Troconis is the reporter, the TV reporter, who likes to live large, right? And if you take that aspect, which is associated with journalists and reporters, and you then look at her statement where she uses the word bitch, is it a match? Do they go together? Are we starting to get a clearer idea of Michelle Troconis, the real Michelle Troconis? Possibly yes.
even if those routes were mentioned yesterday, the court is going to allow it.
So my question was, do you recall which vehicle she arrived in?
I don't.
I'm just going to play the next clip, which is a clip entitled 77 MSR 52419, 523, 50 seconds PM through 524 and 13 seconds PM.
The Chevy returning. And that I think is the 24th.
Mr. Gumienny, did you recognize any vehicles in that clip?
Yes, it looks like black Suburban
How do you know that?
that belongs to DULOS. I recognize the Turo box on top of the car.
Does that refresh your memory at all as to what vehicle she arrived in?
It must be that, but I didn't see her driving it.
And I'm just going to play a clip now. All three of you then left the property again. Is that correct?
Yes.
Aren't you guys curious where that vehicle went? Because we've got a little bit of insight about the white Jeep. We got a little bit of insight about the black Ford Raptor. We've got a fair amount of insight about the red Toyota Tacoma. Now there's this vehicle that's also driving around. And so what's this vehicle's story? It would be really interesting to know what the telematics of all these vehicles tell us. Are we going to get the sort of intel we got from the Murdoch case from these vehicles?
And this is 77 MSR 52419, 53700 through 53815.
So it's the Chevy again. And there's the Tacoma. They're riding in concert, right? Now, could you see anything in the back there? See if you can see anything in the back of this vehicle. Does it look like there's something in the back there? Isn't that something sticking out there? So go back. I don't know if it's in the background there. Let's watch again. These numbers just happen to be in perfectly the wrong place, don't they? Has Earth left us? And there's the Raptor.
Mr. Gumienny, can you just tell us what was shown in that clip?
It looks like the black Suburban left the property, followed by red Tacoma and black Raptor.
Who was driving the Tacoma at this point?
I did.
You also testified yesterday that at a certain point you loaded your dirt bike onto that of your Tacoma. Is that correct?
Yes.
And where did you do that?
At 585 Dickers.
I must have got the same criticism I had yesterday and even before that. Just the prosecutor's not terribly good at bracketing and saying this is what happened on this day. And it might seem clear, well, there it is on screen, but that was the wrong date. So, and what CCTV is right and what CCTV is wrong, that's just a very elementary thing that you may know the answer, but the person that's listening, the juror, may not. And time is such an important thing in this case. You really want to be clear on it.
Opening a folder entitled States Exhibit 123. This is a still shot entitled 5/24/19 at 17:57:39. And if we could just zoom towards the vehicle. Mr. Gumienny, I'm going to ask that you stand up. Do you recognize the vehicle in this still shot?
Yes,
And can you just tell the jury whose vehicle this is?
it looks like my Toyota Tacoma,
And do you recognize anything in the bed of the Tacoma?
the dirt bike, and the 2x10.
There's a blank.
And did the dirt bike take up a substantial amount of room in the bed of your vehicle?
Yes,
Did you know that this surveillance footage existed?
no,
It's quite an interesting question, isn't it? It kind of makes you wonder of the prosecution playing their own little game. Quite an interesting question. Did you know that this footage existed? And it is quite a good shot. It's one of the best shots we've seen of this vehicle. And there it's got something loaded on the back.
You could have a seat, Mr. Gumienny. And if I could just have a moment, Ron?
Yes.
So Free Spirit says this shows that he's telling the truth.
May I have an exhibit marked for identification?
Yes.
Now, as far as I know, this is going to be the end of the prosecution's
Attorney Sean Horn was from pre-marked for identification as states exhibit
testimony.
27.
And I don't think he actually puts it on screen, or does he? Okay, no, it's not. It's a little bit later. It's a little bit later. Looks like he's showing what bike hooks look like from that quick glimpse of that image.
I think this can come in absent objection. Your Honor, states 127.
States 127 admitted as full.
Mr. Gumienny, do you recall being asked questions in August of 2019 about a bicycle that Mr. DULOS owned?
yes,
And do you recall being shown photographs of the garage at 4 Jefferson Crossing that were taken after May 24th, 2019?
I believe so, yes.
Just going to hand you what's been entered into evidence as States Exhibit 127 and ask that you just familiarize yourself with that. Where would you had mentioned that Mr. DULOS had an older French model bicycle, correct?
Yes.
Where would he ordinarily keep that bicycle?
I remember it was hanging on one of the hooks in the garage. I'm not sure which one it was.
Do you see it in this photo?
Could it be the one up on the top?
Do you remember being shown this photograph previously and indicating it was not in the photo?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
You've previously been shown that photograph by police, correct?
Yes.
And did you tell them that the bicycle, the French model bicycle, was not in that particular photograph?
Yes.
Just going to publish this.
Uh-oh. What's going on? Oh, this is the one. This is the one. Yeah, this is the one that I was thinking about. So on the very last exhibit, looks like the prosecution have some kind of technical difficulty, and that's how they end the what almost seems haphazard questioning of Pawel Gumienny. That's why I thought it was this. They try and find the thing, and then the guy says, "Look, I don't really have to show this. No more questions, Your Honor." Do you think that's a strong ending for your star witness? Would you, if you could choose, would you want to end like that? I will try and go a little bit back just to show you that image. There's a moment where it is facing towards the camera, but I just want you to think about this from the perspective of part of jury trials is a little bit of theater. This is one of their best witnesses, and look on what a low, poor point they end this this part of the testimony.
Yeah, power's on. You know, Judge, I'm not going to belabor this point. I have nothing further.
And that's how it ended, right? On a whimper, I don't know. I would have ended with I don't know. I would have asked some pointed question like, do you know where Jennifer Dulos's body is? And then something like, do you think Fotis knows? Maybe there'd be an objection. And then do you think Michelle knows? And then maybe an objection. Okay, no further questions. But you kind of want to end on a pretty tense note kind of thing, right? And I think the way they ended was terrible. You know, I want to show you the image. It isn't fantastically important. You can see it very briefly right about here. When he walks back. And it's basically the bicycles hanging from the wall, I think. I don't know if you can see there. I think it is several bicycles hanging from the wall. Can you see that? How's that for eagle eyes, right? Several bicycles hanging from the wall, and then I think one slot, there's no bicycle. And that is quite strong evidence that a bicycle was used. Not only did Jennifer DULOS disappear on the 24th of May, but so did the bicycle. The bicycle also disappeared. And so if you can find the bicycle, and what would you use to do that? Use a metal detector, then you can maybe possibly find Jennifer. Okay.
Showing attorney Sean Hormuz from pre-market identification.
So I think Pauline did I saw Pauline kind of keeping count. Yeah. Pauline, how many I don't recalls did you count? Pauline, how many I don't recalls did you count, or anybody else? Let's see what you guys say. Was it 2 or 3? Is Pauline still with us? I think he's very systematic. I think he knows his case quite well, but I think he's also quite young, and I think you need to be aware that the jurors are people, and sometimes you need to state the obvious. Sometimes you need to say, for example, where he said, have you seen this image before? Make the comment, I'm not quite sure how to phrase it, but, you know, this is another sign that you've been truthful. Even though it's kind of something you take by inference, be explicit about it. And even if there's an objection, put that thought in the jury's mind, you know. How many I can't recall to that. Well, I don't know what's happened to Pauline, but anyway, let's observe the I don't recalls in the cross-examination.
States Exhibit 127.
Another thing to take note of is, do you see a change in the posture, in the body language, in the whole thing, the whole tone in the cross-examination? Because I can tell you now, the part to be nervous about is this part, the cross-examination. He's just been asked the kind of questions he could anticipate, and now it's not going to be friendly. Definitely not going to be friendly. Something that comes out of this that's quite surprising is, guess whose dirt bike, the bike that he's been riding, guess who it belongs to? That's right. Chelsea and Stephanie, you guys are right. Terry, you're right as well. You wouldn't have thought that, eh? It kind of gives you another spin on the beige librarian, who she really is. She's quite a tough cookie. Do you guys agree? The fact that Mishi owns that dirt bike gives you a bit of a different idea of the beige librarian.
Mr. Gumienny, let's begin with what was talked about yesterday. You were given in December of this past year, so like a month and
Okay, so can you see how his head is down like that? Right? And you're going to see in a moment he's going to be like this, right? Just take note of his body language.
And a half ago, written immunity from prosecution, correct?
Yes.
And this was something that was negotiated.
So a little bit of swaying has started. Someone asked questions about immunity. Well, now you're going to get it writ large by the defense lawyer.
Between you, your lawyer, and the current state's attorney, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
You were involved in the decision to give you immunity, correct?
Yes.
You understand that immunity means you can't be prosecuted for anything that you did which might have been a crime, correct?
Yes.
And it was signed, this exhibit 124, which was entered yesterday, was signed by the state's attorney for this judicial district, correct?
Yes.
But you also were under the understanding that there was, as it says here, a verbal, oral immunity that was given to you by the former state's attorney, correct?
Yes.
And it says right here that your lawyer, that's Lindy Urzo, correct? Right?
Correct.
Informed the state's attorney's office of his belief that Pawel Gumienny had relied on representations made on or about June 2019 by Richard Colangelo Jr., then state's attorney for the Judicial District of Stamford, Norwalk, that Pawel Gumienny may not be charged with the crime of hindering prosecution if he cooperated with the investigation.
So that's the crime that he could be prosecuted with, hindering the prosecution. And, you know, I did mention yesterday that when the police came to his home, his vehicle was in the garage, which I doubt whether it was usually. And I think the first time they came to him, he didn't volunteer anything about the seats. He didn't, you know, if you say he kept the seats because he wanted to show the evidence. Remember, he said, I did this because I didn't want to hide anything. He didn't say I did this because I wanted to help. They were looking for Jennifer and I wanted to assist law enforcement, right? Right? Do you follow what I'm saying? And so that's certainly something that he could have been accused of. Another thing he could have been accused of, possibly as part of that, is the whole thing of the perpetrators using his vehicle to muddy the trail going back to them. And he knew that they used his vehicle on the day that somebody disappeared. Maybe you should have disclosed that, and by not disclosing that, maybe you were hindering the investigation. So it does seem that maybe in the beginning he wasn't completely truthful. I don't know if I'm reading anything into that. Or maybe it's not that he wasn't truthful, that he wasn't forthcoming, which could also be interpreted as hindering. But there's your answer for why he needed immunity, because he could have been charged with that.
And prosecution of others in connection with the disappearance, et cetera, of Jennifer DULOS, correct?
Correct.
And that was your understanding when you were talking to the police in June of 2019, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes. What I just read to you was your understanding back in June of 2019, correct?
Well, I'm going to object, Your Honor. I think we need a tighter time frame than just June of 2019.
That's all it says is June 2019. How can it be more time specific than that?
Well,
If you think about it, June 29 is pretty early on. In the crime happened 24th of May 2019, and by June, it seems like the cops had closed in, certainly on Pawel, and he was instrumental to I guess figuring out this case in June. And look where we are now. It's almost June, from June 2019 to 2024. It's going on quite a few years, right?
The question that would appear to be the most clear is, at the time you entered into or were told that you would be granted immunity, what was your understanding?
Okay, I think I need to deal with this so that I don't turn people off. I'd spent a lot of time in a library as a kid growing up. This was before the internet, but my question, Chelsea, is: do those librarians ride dirt bikes? I'm more talking about Superman pretending to be Clark Kent. The real Mishi pretending to be someone else. That's really what I'm aiming at, if that makes sense. Yeah, nearly 5 years.
That would appear to be the clearer question, but you may ask your question again, Attorney Sean.
Sure. I just read you what was in this agreement issued by the state's attorney, correct?
Correct.
And was it that your understanding when you were talking to the police back in June of 2019?
Yeah, it was just not written down. So when I spoke with my attorney, he told me it's a verbal agreement. It's not nothing
Nothing in writing.
Nothing in writing. So it could be.
But you were told that that would count. It's verbal though, right?
Yes.
When you yesterday testified about comments that you recall having, hearing from my client, Michelle Troconis, one after the disappearance and one before, the first time you mentioned that to the state's attorney's office was in January of 2024, correct?
Correct.
That was after the written grant of immunity had been given to you, correct?
Correct.
Now, did this revelation about these conversations didn't suddenly come to you, did they, in around Christmas of this year, this past Christmas? They didn't just suddenly come to your mind that you had forgotten to mention it,
Your Honor.
did they?
Compound, argumentative.
Well,
So what is Schoenhorn's problem? What is he upset about? What is Schoenhorn kind of, you've just heard a full day and a little bit of testimony from Pawel, this insider. What is Schoenhorn's kind of the thing that has stood out? What is he kind of touching on first off here? Are you guys following? No, it's not about the immunity. I mean, I think he is trying to make explicit that he's got immunity in order to, that's the sort of foundation, in order to undermine his testimony, undermine his credibility, undermine him as a person, right? So that's what that's for. But did you catch what he just said there? That these statements that you've just remembered, he's talking about the bitch statements, right? That's the thing that is foremost in Schoenhorn's mind. Why? Because those are the most damaging out of a full day's testimony and today. It's those two statements that put his client in the worst light. If true, it means that she is potentially quite sadistic, potentially bristling with contempt, right? And either what he's saying is true, or he's not a reliable person? What do you think the defense is going to try and show here? I'll just go back, just maybe you guys missed it. He's talking obliquely at this point, but about the statements that he suddenly remembered. He suddenly remembered Mishi saying this statement, I think, regarding the dog. He didn't remember it in June 2019. He remembered it in December 2023. And he's saying, I find that a little bit strange that you suddenly remembered the statement that she made. Anyway, let me, to put it into context, you've got to listen to it. This 5 minutes.
Immunity had been given to you, correct?
Correct.
Now, did this revelation about these conversations didn't suddenly come to you, did they?
So did you catch that? He's now finished talking about the immunity, and he's talking about the immunity was something that was dealt with in June. Then he talks about the statements. The statements he's talking about are the statements that he's made, that Michelle made. Is that clear?
Around Christmas of this year, this past Christmas, they didn't just suddenly come to your mind that you had forgotten to mention it,
Your
did
Honor,
you?
compound argumentative.
Well, this is cross-examination. So the question is essentially,
I'll rephrase it, Your Honor. So this didn't just come to you after close to 5 years, did it?
He did.
You hadn't remembered it for almost 5 years and then remembered it after this agreement was granted in December, correct?
I met with the prosecutors sometimes around that time, and they asked me if there's anything else that comes to your memory.
Yeah. And you didn't tell them it then, did you?
No, I didn't.
No. You got a call after your lawyer called the state's attorney's office to tell them, oh, you had something you wanted to add. Isn't that correct? Right after the New Year's?
I don't recall if it was right after the New Year's, but yes.
January 4th? Does that sound about right?
Yes.
And as I understand your statement, and I want to get this correct. You didn't.
So it is quite important to bear this in mind, and I have to say, I'm just being honest. I don't really like hearing a lot of shoehorns, cross-examination, but this I'm quite interested to hear. But it's quite interesting that if you think about it, the statements, I think it's the second statement regarding the dog, is something that he didn't reveal until just now. So it's something that he knew about and didn't say anything about for around about 5 years, right? And he's going to now be asked why he only mentioned it now.
Didn't give this most recent statement recorded, right? They didn't videotape that or audio tape it, did they?
No.
You didn't give it to them in writing either, did you?
I don't believe so, no.
But as I understand your statement, let's talk about the statement after Jennifer Dulos's disappearance. This conversation occurred on the Tuesday after the first day back to work, correct?
Yes.
And this would be the same day that Mr. Dulos trying to get you to write out where you were on that Friday, correct?
Correct.
So remember, part of what I asked you to think about is how does he come across today compared to yesterday? There were people in chat saying he's telling the truth. I believe him. He's a good guy. He's trying his best, etc. how does he come across today? Does he come across the same or different? And don't answer that now, just because the cross-examination has just started. Just start observing. We've just dealt with the first thing. Wow, you said this really important thing for the first time really late in the game. What's up with that?
And at some point, as I understand your testimony yesterday, you said that Mr. Konis was looking for a wheelbarrow to move firewood, correct?
Correct.
So I just want to be clear, had you helped her move firewood before to the porch, to the house?
I don't recall it.
You know that they would use the fireplace, correct?
Yes.
And that there was firewood that would be stacked up on that outside back porch?
I don't recall it.
Well,
I don't
you said that you
recall.
were taking firewood from a shed,
Yes.
right? Did you ever help gather any of that firewood?
That was the first time I helped Michelle.
The first time you helped Michelle, but had you helped put firewood in that shed before?
In the shed?
Yeah,
Yes,
because that was the firewood that was used in the fireplace in the house, correct?
I believe so.
And this would be while you were getting the wheelbarrow or while you were getting the firewood that you had this conversation?
What do you mean by this?
The one about after the disappearance where you testified yesterday about the firewood and the wheelbarrow. Was it getting the firewood itself or just getting the wheelbarrow to put firewood in?
He was getting the firewood from the woodshed and putting it on the back porch.
And she was with you at this point, right?
Yes,
And you testified she was upset, correct? She was very upset, right?
yes,
And she was telling you that her face and her daughter's face was all over the internet, correct?
correct.
Her daughter was 12 years old at the time, right?
I believe so, yeah.
And there they were being connected to the disappearance of Mrs. DULOS, correct?
Correct.
Now, the defense attorney is making a really good point, because don't you think Pawel Gumienny feels exactly the same way? He doesn't want his face associated with this crime, right? Guilty or not guilty, you don't really want your face associated with a high-profile murder, right? Unless you really are championing the victim. But if you kind of in the suspect category, you really don't want to be the media camping on your doorstep, as they did with Scott Peterson.
By all this internet stuff, correct?
Correct.
And she was upset about that, right?
Yes.
Right?
Yes,
And you knew there was a lot of publicity about this, right?
yes,
In fact, you had searched a lot of it online over the weekend, correct?
correct.
You told the police you had been looking at all the news stories about it, right?
I don't recall telling them, but.
But you at least tell us.
Well, there's another I don't recall. Stephanie, we're going to miss you when you're gone, but thanks a lot for joining us. Drive carefully. Look out for red Toyota Tacomas and black Raptors.
Today, you did search and see all these stories about it, right? And trying to connect, at that point, Fotis Doulos to the disappearance, right?
At that point, no.
Well, it was mentioning him about the divorce and everything, wasn't it?
Wait, I object to the question. I thought he was asking Mr. Gumienny whether or not Mr. Gumienny was trying to make a connection. Is he
Well,
talking
the
about?
court
Oh,
understands.
I would, if they
Well,
thought
the
that.
court understands the question to be, what did you read from those news reports?
Yes.
I don't recall it at that time, over that weekend, what was on the news already.
Another I don't
The
recall.
point being that both Mr. Doulos's name and my client's name were being connected to stories about the disappearance, correct?
Possible.
And she was upset about the fact, particularly, that her daughter was being blasted on the social media and the internet, correct?
I didn't see her daughter on the media, but that's what she said, yes.
Okay. And what she said to you was, you told this to the inspectors last month, was that she is, that, let's put the profanity aside for a minute, but referring to Ms. Doulos, that she was playing games, right?
Yes.
Correct? She said she is playing games, right? Her picture and my picture are on the internet, right?
Yes.
And then she said, I'm going to kill that bee when she turns up. Isn't that what she said to you?
Yes.
And you thought the same thing.
So that's actually the third reference to bee. She made the one about that bee should be buried next to the dog. Then there's another reference, wasn't there? And I think this is the third one. I'm going to kill her when she turns up. What is the second one? Can't believe I can't think of it right now. What is the second reference? But it is interesting that in barely the first 5 minutes, the amount of I don't recalls have totally eclipsed the I don't recalls in the prosecution. So you almost get the sense that someone has told him, if you don't know, if you don't want to answer, or if you're uncomfortable, the way to deal with a question might be, I don't know for sure if that's what he's been told, but you have it with the Ramsey case as well. A lot of I don't recall. It's kind of lawyer speak. You can imagine a lawyer said to him, if you ask this, say I don't recall. Most of us answer in a different way, like I don't know, I'm not sure, or I guess I can't remember. We don't say in a very formal sense, I don't recall. Sometimes we do, but we certainly wouldn't be on I don't recall on repeat. I just want to try and remember, aren't there 3 references to B? The one being, just trying to think, that bee should be buried next to this dog. I remember that one. Isn't there another one besides, I'm going to kill that bee when she turns up? And that's an interesting comment if it's true, because then it suggests that she believes she's still alive, doesn't it?
Thing at that time, didn't you?
Are there only
Object, Your
2?
Honor, relevance.
Okay.
Well, the question is a bit confusing. You thought the same thing about what?
I'll rephrase. You thought she might turn up, Ms. Doulos, didn't you, at that point?
Yes.
You believed Mr. Doulos when he had said that, she may have just disappeared and run away, correct?
Yes.
And he told you she had done it before, right?
Yes.
And I take it also, though, that based on your testimony from yesterday, you had at least a friendly relationship with Mrs. Doulos, particularly when she was living in Farmington, correct?
Correct.
You actually helped her, according to your testimony, move her stuff down, you said, to Pound Ridge, right?
Correct.
And for the record, where is Pound Ridge?
I'm not sure. I think it's New York.
But it's near Fairfield County, right? It's over the border somewhere.
I don't recall it.
Did you actually physically move her belongings to a house at Pound Ridge?
Yes.
In your truck?
Don't remember which vehicle.
I'm sorry?
I don't remember which vehicle.
All right. But you made multiple trips for her, didn't you?
Correct.
When she was moving out of the house, you were moving things down to a house she was either owned or was renting in Pound Ridge, New York, right?
That was house that was, that her family owned.
Oh, it was a family-owned house. Okay, that's correct?
Correct.
You didn't tell Mr. Doulos that you were helping Jennifer Doulos move, did you?
No,
You wanted to keep that kind of confidential, I take it.
I don't recall it.
Now, the
Another
other
one.
thing that you said is around Greek Easter, there was an incident involving a conversation you had with Michelle Troconis around the illness of the dog, right?
Right.
Now, I just want to be clear about one thing. Mr. Doulos was very upset about his dog getting very, very ill, right?
Correct.
This was a Labrador Golden Lab that had been owned by the family for many years, correct?
Correct.
You probably, I don't know if you know, did you know the dog the entire time you worked for Mr. Doulos?
Can you explain the question?
Yeah, had you seen the dog at the house the entire time you were working for the Ford Group?
Yes.
And was the dog there when the children were little?
Yes.
Was it a friendly dog?
Very.
Did you ever play with it or pet it or anything?
It was always sitting under my desk in the office.
It was always in the office.
Yes.
So even after Mrs. Doulos moved out, that dog was kind of attached to Mr. Doulos and the staff, right?
Yes.
Did you ever walk the dog or go out and play with it?
Possible.
And you saw that it was getting sick, right?
Yes.
Now, I want to be clear about one thing. You're the one that took, the name of the dog is Beckham, right?
Correct.
And the reason that you took Beckham to the vet, correct?
Correct.
Because there was, whatever was wrong with them, they needed to do blood work and stuff, right?
I don't remember what was wrong, but I did took him to the vet.
Do you recall, though, that you went with Miss Troconis's father, Carlos, to the vet?
I don't recall it.
You don't recall having a conversation with Fotis that because Carlos was a doctor, it might be better for him to accompany you to the vet? He would learn more and know more. Does that ring a bell?
I don't recall that. No.
You don't recall that. Okay.
Another one.
In any event,
Another one.
were you in the room when the vet said that, the dog is dying and something needs to be done?
Was I in the room?
When the veterinarian said that?
I don't recall it.
You had a conversation, though, with Mr. Doulos about the fact they had to now euthanize the dog. You know what that means?
Yes.
You were so you know what it means.
So can you see how there's quite a bit of aggression from the defense lawyer? I kind of almost get the feeling, Pawel could have been on either side in a way. And you're going to hear him talk about them actually meeting them one-on-one, I think, to talk about him giving back the dirt bike or something like that. But, the fact that he's playing for the other team almost seems like a kick in the teeth. I don't know how Michelle Troconis feels about it. But the lawyer is a little bit snidely, isn't he? He says euthanasia. Do you know what that means? Right? It's a little unfriendly. Is he trying to rile up Pawel? Is he trying to get him push some of his buttons?
So my next question is, were you in the conversation with Mr. Doulos when he said he had to euthanize the dog?
At Fort Jefferson, not at the vet.
Oh, no, back at Fort Jefferson, right?
Yes.
And he was very upset about that, wasn't he?
Very sad.
And what you said yesterday is, as I understood it, is Mr. Doulos wanted to allow the children to see their dog one more time before it had to be put to sleep, correct?
Correct.
And he was upset because his wife said no, right?
Yes.
Your testimony from yesterday.
Okay, so there he does that, and then now he's folding his arms, right? Now he's very guarded. He's very guarded. And in a way, it's Michelle's own father is, I don't want to say contradicting what he's saying, but anyway, let's hear what he says.
Yesterday, also, as I understand it, was that when he said that and he talked about how upset he was, you said that my client made said something with profanity that she should be, I want to get it correct here.
So this is the second B word remark. By the way, if you look at his posture here, did you ever see him like that with the prosecutor? He did fold his arms a couple of times. Yeah, he's got his arms folded and his head's even tilted to the side. Now, what I remember when he folded his arms is he kind of unfolded them quite quickly. Yeah, he's got them in folded mode. Let's see how long he keeps them like that.
That bitch should be buried next to the dog. That's your testimony, right?
Correct.
And you said that it was an effort, you saw it as an effort for Ms. Troconis to cheer up Fotis, right?
That's how I understood.
So like as a joke, right? A sick joke, but still a joke, right?
I wouldn't call it a joke, but yeah.
Well, you're cheering somebody up with some humor, right?
So that's definitely quite interesting, the way he's got his arms folded and now he's swaying in the chair and he's arguing with he's disagreeing with the prosecutor, with the defense lawyer, saying that it wasn't a joke. What I find really interesting about this part is it becomes, what do they call it, non-verbal. He just trails off. That isn't really end up explaining what he thinks, and everyone lets it go. The defense lawyer lets it go, the judge lets it go, and I guess the whole court lets it go.
Not that kind of humor, but yeah.
Okay.
I mean, so what was that? Was it a joke? Wasn't it a joke? Was it sarcasm? Maybe you could say he didn't have the vocabulary to explain it. You could say it's scathing sarcasm or contempt or even a sadistic remark.
Now, it's your testimony that she used the profanity in this conversation. Is it your testimony that Michelle often used profanity, swear words in English in her conversations around you?
I don't recall it.
Ever before, right?
She might, but I don't recall it.
Okay.
Okay, two more I don't recall. Now, why do you think Shun Horn is saying something like, didn't she use profanity all the time? Isn't he trying to make it, he's trying to minimize that remark by making it, yeah, she swore all the time. It wasn't, anything directed at Jennifer DULOS. Even if you're going to make that kind of claim, is that particularly believable?
So sometime over the weekend of Memorial Day, you found out that Jennifer was missing, right?
Yes.
And that was on the weekend, that would have been on the Sunday, I believe you testified? You found it out?
Believe so, yes.
And you received a phone call from Fotis Doulos in the afternoon where he told you that his wife was missing, correct?
Correct.
But you also had a conversation that you would not be back to work until Tuesday, the day after Memorial Day, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember, excuse me, do you remember with Chris Watts, he was also actually told not to come back to work until I think Wednesday. It's quite a similar little scenario there. He wanted to go to work, but he was told not to return to work. Of course, his boss wasn't in on the crime, but yeah, kind of a similar thing.
On that Sunday is when you started searching about the missing wife of Fotis Dulos. Isn't that correct?
I don't recall it, but if it's in my phone search history, I don't deny it.
Okay, so the reason I'm asking is the police, in fact, in one of the interviews said to you that they had your phone data, correct?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. The police in one of their interviews in June or July of 2019 told you that after they seized your phone, they were downloading the data from it. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And one of the things that they told you was that you were searching about the disappearance. Does that ring a bell?
Possible, yes.
So it was at least something of interest to you to see how much news media coverage there was, right?
I don't want to say how much news coverage was it. Like I could have seen it on TV or something and starts with source.
Do you guys believe that? Like, do you believe that Mishi made like a offhand remark without any venom behind that? You know, to say something like, the one comment is about killing her, I think, and the other comment is about she should be buried next to the dog, which also sounds like killing and burying. Do you think that that is said without any context, that Michelle isn't thinking about the torturous divorce, the nightmare that she's going through? Is it related to that, or is it just a funny sense of humor? You think it's believable?
Watching it.
You were curious about the investigation, weren't you?
I was curious about what's going on.
But as you said multiple times yesterday, you were certain that at that time that Fotis Dulos had nothing to do with it, right?
Right.
So that's quite a strong point. I think you will agree with me that if Michelle has something, and I'm not going to say what something is, let's just accept that for the sake of argument, Michelle has something to do with Jennifer's disappearance, just for the sake of argument, then wouldn't you say that Fotis has a lot more to do with the disappearance? For example, I don't think Michelle Troconis murdered Jennifer Dulos, but I do think Fotis Dulos murdered Jennifer Dulos, right? And so for Pawel to say, actually, I think Fotis is innocent, and yeah, we had a trial, and I think the timing is important. When did he say that? But yeah, we had a trial that is about Michelle's conspiracy to commit murder, and he's the star witness for the prosecution, and he's previously said that I don't think Fotis committed any crime. It is not putting him in a terribly good light. It's quite a good point for the defense, right?
And I also just want to be clear, you weren't sure which day you saw my client and Mr. Dulos in the kitchen. You remember testifying yesterday about Mr. Dulos wanting to write down where you were on Friday? Remember that?
Object, misstates the testimony, Judge.
Well, of course, what was said yesterday is not as fresh as what is said today. So the court is going to allow the question.
Can you repeat the question?
Do you remember testifying yesterday that there was a time when you went into the kitchen after Memorial Day and you saw Fotis Doulos and my client there?
Yes.
Mr. Doulos at that time had told you that the police had taken his phone away the previous Saturday, right?
He didn't tell me when, that he told me that his phone was taken away, yes.
And that's why he asked if he could look through your phone to see what time you had called him and what time you had texted him and things like that, right?
He asked me, yes, he asked me if I was calling him, and then I started looking in the phone, and he asked me if he can see my phone.
And you, according to what you told the police, it was to see if the times could be defined, correct? Pinpointed.
Possible.
So this is quite interesting. Remember, there's this idea that Fotis and Michelle set up alibi scripts. Now you've got Fotis asking Pawel for his phone. Number one, maybe for the same purpose. And number two, maybe it's to see if he can frame Pawel. Anyway, let's see where this line of questioning goes.
This also was not the day that your Tacoma was brought to the car wash, correct?
I'm not sure if that was the same day in the afternoon. You're talking about Tuesday now, right?
Yeah.
Or the next day?
Well, that's what I'm asking. It wasn't the time when you came back and saw that your car in the afternoon had been washed and cleaned was not the same day as this conversation in the kitchen about the writing down what you did on Friday and looking at your phone, correct?
I'm not sure if that was the same day or not.
You went down to New Canaan that Tuesday?
I don't
Which
recall.
Tuesday?
The day after Memorial Day?
I don't recall it.
Didn't you say yesterday that when you you stopped into the office before going down to New Canaan?
Yes.
All right, so that refreshes your
Yes,
recollection from
yes,
yesterday, right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And you were down in New Canaan that Tuesday, the day after Memorial Day, with which vehicle?
I believe white Jeep Cherokee.
You had had your Tacoma all weekend long, right?
Correct.
We just saw minutes ago an image of your Tacoma with the, you called it the dirt bike in the back of that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Now,
Take
I want to
care,
be clear about this.
Stephanie.
You keep calling this a dirt bike, but it was actually a motocross motorcycle, right?
This is what it's called, a bunk.
Why do you think he makes a comment like that? He says, you call it a dirt bike, but it was actually a motocross motorcycle, right? He's trying to show that he has a superior version of the facts, right? It's a silly example because the dirt bike is the dirt bike, but him saying, well, the dirt bike is actually that, is almost a symbolic way of saying, you've said X, but actually, I know more of the facts than you do. You've said X, I actually know the details that apply better than you do, right? otherwise it's a really silly thing to be saying. But does that make sense to you? It's a little bit of it's chipping away at his credibility. In that sense, it's totally, in a way, irrelevant. He's not lying about the dirt bike. The dirt bike is how he would refer to it. He's trying to find little ways to discredit or undermine, and also to show that he himself has a better grasp of the information than Gumienny, right? It's a ploy.
Dirt bike riders, this is what it's called. It's called dirt bike.
All right, but this is a registered motor vehicle, correct?
Yeah,
So, although it seems silly, he is going somewhere with it. And where he's going with it is that this bike actually belongs to Michelle Troconis. It's another little link in the chain that you wouldn't expect.
You didn't register it though, did you?
no,
In fact, you were supposed to pay Mr. Konis to buy that motorcycle, isn't that right?
no.
You were not.
I paid Mr. DULOS for that motorcycle.
You knew it was my client's motorcycle though, didn't you?
Yes,
You never paid her anything, right?
correct.
You never got any title for it, did you?
Yes, correct.
That's correct, right?
So, what he's trying to say is it's kind of silly. He gave the money for the bike to somebody else who, anyway, but he's basically saying you didn't register your bike, which is not proper, ultimately. It's another little chip at his credibility.
And in fact, after Mr. Konis had to move out of Fort Jefferson Crossing, she asked for it back, right?
I don't recall when she asked for it back.
Another
Well,
I don't
It
recall.
was after I was her lawyer, wasn't it?
Yes,
Because you remember meeting me to return the bike at a,
So, does she look like a dirt bike rider? The quiet Michelle Troconis that you've seen in court, does she look like a dirt bike rider? Were you surprised to find out that that dirt bike was hers? I was. And that suddenly creates a shift where you realize Michelle Troconis is actually a little bit of a different woman to what I thought. She's tougher. She's kind of harder. She's kind of more aggressive in a way, isn't she? I'm saying as a result of this dude's testimony, you kind of get a different sense of this lady, don't you?
parking lot in Avon, correct?
I didn't meet you, I saw you.
Okay.
So I don't know if you caught that. That's a little counter snipe. So you've got the defense lawyer saying basically, okay, so it's not a dirt bike, it's actually a motorcycle and it's a vehicle, it's got to be registered. Imagine someone saying that to you in court. And then he counter snipes by saying, I didn't meet you, I just saw you. You can see it's a little bit on, there's a little bit of hostility going on.
How long did this interaction with Mr. DULOS in the kitchen take place before you went down to New Canaan on that Tuesday after Memorial Day?
I don't recall it.
An hour?
Possible.
As you already testified, you didn't need to keep track of your time, did you?
Yes,
I'm correct about that? You didn't
Yes.
have to, you didn't punch a clock, right?
Correct.
You didn't have to write down your hours, right?
Correct.
So you came and went, as long as the job got done, DULOS was happy, and the foregroup got its projects done on time, right?
Correct.
You testified that Mr. DULOS was trying to get you to write down what you did on Friday, but you said, I know what I did. I don't need to write it down. Remember saying that?
Not exact the words that you said, but
Well, I'm paraphrasing. I'm not using your exact words. I would have to order a transcript. But am I correct that that was the scenario? Yes, what you said yesterday?
correct.
Which,
You did say
and
that.
Mr. DULOS was being kind of pushy about it, right?
I believe he said that was a suggestion of his lawyer.
Okay, well, let's get into it. You knew he had more than one lawyer, right?
At that time, I didn't know he had any lawyers. I mean, that was the first time I heard that he has a lawyer.
Well, didn't you testify that whenever he was meeting with his lawyer, that he would ask that, you not come in, or that you do this, that he meet
That's the
privately
divorce
with the
lawyer.
lawyer?
That was divorce lawyer, I believe.
That's the divorce lawyer. But did you also know that the Farber family, that is Jennifer's family, was suing the foregroup?
I don't recall it if I knew about that at that time.
You did not know.
I don't recall it.
Okay. So all you knew was that he was meeting with a lawyer, right?
I believe he told me divorce lawyer.
That's what you believe. But did you know who Kent Mawhinney was?
I never met Ken Moe.
Do you know who he was?
Do I know now who he was?
No. Did you know then who he was?
I don't believe so, no. I never met Kent Moe.
So you didn't know Mr. Mawhinney was one of Mr. DULOS's lawyers back then?
I remember prior to 2016, when I was applying for my green card, he mentioned someone to me, but I'm not sure if that was Kent Moe. He mentioned some lawyer that he was helping him or his mom with obtaining legal status in this country. So it's possible that's when I heard of Kent Moe.
All of these conversations that we're now talking about, this was before you replaced the seats in your Tacoma, right?
Correct.
And it was before Mr. DULOS asked you to replace those seats, isn't it true?
It is.
About 11:15, we'll stand in our
Okay, I don't want to like be a conspiracy theory nut, but I can't help thinking if Kent Mawhinney was the kind of lawyer who helped Fotis with green card type things, and Kent Mawhinney is very much part of this case, is arguably in a similar position to Michelle Troconis. I'm not 100% sure of that, but I'm not quite sure what his position is. I don't know whether he's taken a plea deal, but it's definitely interesting that Pawel has a green card thing. The green card thing is relevant, otherwise wouldn't have been mentioned. And Kent specifically, that's his area of expertise amongst other areas, which makes you wonder about a couple of things. doesn't it? How many? I see we had 23. I don't recall, and the only reason I wanted you to take notice of that is it is a statistical confirmation that there's a big difference between the star witness for the state and that same witness testifying being cross-examined. He often says, "I don't recall," and the tone is totally different, right? The tone is totally different. Would you guys mind if, although there's a little bit of a break here, just want to see, I think would you mind if I just take my dog for a walk? I'll be about 10 minutes. I went for a bike ride before, so I didn't really get round to that. And then we'll resume at this point here. Are you guys happy with that? Just a 10-minute. What does Sherry say? Yeah, and part of it is because he is being, I don't know, I'm forced to have certain doubts about him myself. So, right? Okay, so I'm going to take a 10-minute break. So I'll see you guys in 10 minutes. It's just gone on to the hour. So I'll see you guys right about 10 minutes from now. Okay. This is a self-imposed adjournment. See you guys later. What have I just done? 15:15. Tell me, do you want to go for a walk? Yes, I know my sound's still on. Take it off now. Mute.
Would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
Thank you.
I want to just turn this,
Okay, we're back. Someone said, is it true that Fotis's mother was run over? It is true. She was run over by the nanny, but not by the nanny that testified, as far as I know. Although, hold on. That testimony may have just been agreed not to have been discussed. Not completely clear on that. Not quite sure which nanny drove over Fotis's mother. Not quite sure. Yeah, that is correct.
Right, before we put on the monitor, I'm just going to show you an image and tell me if you recognize that. This was from exhibit Y for identification. Would you just look at that image, please?
Fotis was 7 million in debt. He owed 2.5 million, I think, in legal fees. So his total debt to her mother, I think, was, or to Jennifer's family was, I think, 4.5 million.
It's not the screen yet. It was just for the, it hasn't been offered as a full, yeah, okay. Do you recognize that to be Beckham?
I don't see it.
Oh, I thought, oh, it's another one.
Is the screen on in front of him?
Is this screen on?
It was, and
Oh, this shut them both off.
All right,
You just have to hit the button on the bottom.
on the bottom?
I can do it. Okay, that may just look very nice. The remote handles all of them.
It won't be on our screen.
I think you go to one more time.
All right, since the only screen that's on is this one, I'm going to stand here. Do you recognize that to be Beckham?
It looks like it, yes.
And you see, and does that fairly and accurately look the way he looked at the end of April of 2019 after he'd just come back from the vet?
I don't recall seeing him when he came back from the vet.
Didn't you bring him back? You have a bandage on his arm?
I don't recall that, no.
You do not.
Must be someone else who brought him back.
Right. But do you recognize that to be Beckham? Or you can't tell that one golden retriever?
It's a golden retriever. It looks like it, but
Does look like Beckham, right? Right. And that would be what he would look like at the end of April 2019, around the time you brought him to the vet?
possible.
All right. I'd offer that image, Your Honor.
I object to the image on relevance grounds, Judge, and also the fact that it hasn't been authenticated as the dog.
Well, relevance.
The relevance is that it does show that the dog had been at the vet, it's bandaged, it had blood work done. That's the purpose of this image.
Well, that's a fact, but of course, relevant evidence is evidence that has any tendency to make a material fact more likely or less likely than it would be without the evidence. So what's the material fact for which this offer is made?
The fact that there might have been animal blood in the Suburban when this dog was brought in the other Suburban, that is the one from Mr. DULOS, the dog was taken.
Do you wish to respond, counsel?
Animal blood in the Suburban?
Well, that's the claim on relevance. Do you wish to be heard?
Yeah, I object on relevance grounds. There's absolutely no nexus between that event and also animal blood that comes back as a profile to Jennifer DULOS. I don't see how this is relevant at all. And with respect to the Suburban, which Suburban are we referring to?
The 2015 Suburban, for which there was zero evidence of Jennifer DULOS.
Well, this is now
this is quite a, I hope you don't mind me eating a little bit of dinner. I was just eating some fruit there. This is definitely quite a strange one from the defense side. So they found blood in a vehicle, but they weren't able to, or they found what appeared to be blood. And now they're saying, well, that could have been animal blood. It's quite an interesting ploy from the defense.
Effort to waft into the jury box either evidence that has been admitted or evidence that has yet to be adduced. So if the objection is relevant.
So while I was walking, Timmy, I was just thinking, and excuse me, and I'd like to put the question to you guys. How well do you think where do you think this case is going? If the jury had to be called together now, do you think they would get do you think the prosecution have done enough? Do you think the prosecution would get a guilty verdict? On the other hand, have the defense done enough? And if you look at the attempts to undermine Pawel, have they succeeded here? Do you believe that Michelle Troconis made those statements, yes or no? And then also, if you think about, has the defense done enough? Trying to explain blood by saying, could it be animal blood? I don't know. I think that's a little bit of a cheap shot. Jennifer DULOS has died. She was murdered. I don't think there's any debate around that. What do you guys say?
The court is not certain in which vehicle the animal was transported to the vet.
I will lay that foundation.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Gumienny, Beckham was taken to the vet in Fotis Dulos' Suburban, wasn't he?
I'm not sure if that was Suburban or the Jeep.
Well, the Jeep was newer, right?
What do you mean newer?
The Jeep was in better condition, a newer vehicle, right?
Possibly, yes.
So it's your testimony that you don't recall that you brought the dog to the vet in the Suburban because it was a larger vehicle.
I'm not sure what vehicle that I.
So just to deal with this comment, Pawel said that, let me just bring myself into it. Pawel said that he liked Jennifer, that she was a good person. He said that he often helped her move, but then he said to her, I'm going to have to stop helping you because it's going to get me fired. So I don't think there's any mystery there. She then said something like, well, I'll just have you do the paneling in my house or something. So you can see that Jennifer wanted Pawel's handyman skills, for the lack of a better word. And I actually think Pawel helped Jennifer when they made their mad dash out the house to begin with. So I'm not sure if that addresses your question.
Got them to.
So you're not disputing the fact that you used the Suburban, right?
I'm not disputing them.
Okay, you drove, I believe you testified, you drove any of the vehicles that belonged to the Ford Group, right?
Yes.
On any given day, right?
Very, very rarely the Suburban.
But you preferred the Jeep is what you said, right?
Yes.
But you drove the Raptor, right?
Yes.
And you also drove the Suburban, right?
Not work related. And it was only driving
Sure.
Jennifer to airport, Fotis to airport, and
Bringing the
kids.
dog maybe to the vet?
I don't deny it, possibly.
Okay, I would offer it again, Your Honor.
Well, Judge, I object. First of all, there's still no evidence that this is in fact Beckham the dog, number one. Number two, there's no evidence that Beckham the dog was actually transported in the particular vehicle, apparently, which Mr. Schoenhorst is trying to make the connection to. Number three, there's no evidence where Beckham was in the vehicle. Number four, there is no evidence that Beckham bled in the vehicle. I just don't see the relevance of this at all, quite frankly, at this point.
The issue is not at this point whether the state considers certain evidence strong or weak. If the testimony from the witness is that he can't remember whether he transported the dog in the Suburban or any other vehicle, he said he did not deny that it could have been the Suburban, and that there was a possibility of animal blood being in the Suburban. The court is going to overrule the objection.
Could you now, is the large screen on?
Hi, Robbie Robin. Good to see you.
The screen is still on.
It's on.
Oh, it is? So you said that this conversation took place around Greek Easter, correct?
Which conversation?
The conversation with Michelle about Beckham took place around Greek Easter, correct?
Look at the date, April
That's what I
17,
said, yes.
2019.
And Greek Easter was in 2019 was just around April 27th, wasn't it?
I don't recall it when the Greek Easter was, but
Greek Easter is a different,
if this is what it says on the calendar, then
it's different than, let's say, regular Easter, right?
Oh,
Christian, the
cool.
Catholic Easter, right?
Yes.
Yes?
yes.
Do you remember Beckham coming back from the vet before he was having to be put down?
I don't. The last time I saw Beckham was when I left him at the bed.
Well, when Mr. Doulos told you how upset he was that the children wouldn't get to see the dog before he was euthanized, wasn't Beckham still alive?
He was.
And he was very sick, though, right?
Objection, Judge. May he finish his answer?
Well, the witness was not given an opportunity.
Very well. You had
My
more to say.
understanding at that time was that the Beckham was still at the vet.
He was still at the vet and not brought back to the house?
My understanding was at that time, yes.
But you knew that the dog was going to be euthanized, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
It's a good thing Timmy can't tell what this discussion's about.
So let's talk a little bit about your working for the FOR group. You said you started working for the FOR group full-time since 2016, correct?
On the books, yes.
Well, when you say on the book, so before that you were working, what, under the table? Is that what that means?
As a subcontractor.
As a subcontractor. You were being paid as a, well, I guess you'd call it 1099 employee?
Correct.
You also said that before that you were working at another building company doing framing, right?
Correct.
You also talked about when you got your green card, and you were talking about that yesterday, correct?
Correct.
So based on your math, you were working before you got your green card, isn't that true?
True.
But you had known Fotis Doulos for several years, even prior to working for him as a contract employee under a 1099 form, right?
Correct.
I think you said that you knew him since, what, 2004 or 5?
About that time.
That's about right?
Yes,
He was already building homes back then, right?
yes,
They're kind of his brand, if you will, were kind of luxury, large homes, right?
correct.
You also did other, I'll call them odd jobs, but maybe chores for Mr. Doulos that were not part of your regular four-group responsibilities, correct?
Can you explain the chores?
Well, you mowed lawns, right?
Yes,
You would sometimes, like you just said, bring firewood up to the house.
I don't recall it, but possible.
You would fix things that broke in the house, sinks and whatnot.
Yes,
Thanks, Al. Thank you. Timmy says thank you as well.
And your schedule depended upon the particular project, right?
in which time period are you talking about?
Well, let's talk about 2018 and 2019 while working for the foreman.
2018 and 2019, I was full-time employee.
Right, I'm talking about your schedule, though. Like when you would come in, when you'd go to the job, how long you stayed, depended on the project, right?
Correct.
And it depended upon what needed to be done at a particular time, right?
Right.
If you needed to meet with a subcontractor installing plumbing or fixtures, you would have to meet that person to let them in, be there while they were doing their work, at least part of the time, correct?
I don't have to be there. Usually I would meet with the contractor with his first day on the job.
After that, you would have to check to
I
make
was
sure it's
just
done,
check- I
right?
was just check on him every now and then.
Your hours were flexible. Is that a fair way to put it?
Yes,
Nobody checked. You didn't have to like write down where you were going at any particular time, right?
correct.
You also indicated, as I understand it, that you didn't socialize with Fotis Doulos outside of work, correct?
Correct.
But you did go to certain dinner parties and events that took place at Mr. Doulos's home, right?
Right.
In fact, Greek Easter that year, there was a large gathering outside on the porch with what, 15, 20, maybe more people, right?
I don't recall it.
You don't recall sitting out on the,
I recall it being there. I don't recall that there was 15 or 20 people.
you don't remember almost all of Michelle Troconis's family had flown from all over the country to be there?
I remember some of them.
And other members of the staff came to that dinner as well?
Yes.
That's kind of a weird, I don't recall. You know, he's being asked about a biggish party. Greek Easter sounds like a pretty big party. He's asked about the party. He's asked, were there quite a few people there? Who would say, I don't recall? I mean, you would know if it was 3 people or more than 10, you know. And yeah, Pawel seems to be minimizing the social glue between himself and Fotis, doesn't he? I mean, he went to all 3 Greek Easters that he was invited to, 2017, 2018, 2019. It wasn't like a one show pony.
It's also true that Mr. Doulos himself liked to cook. Isn't that true?
Yeah.
You also testified that Mr. Doulos would be in the office many times, correct? While you were there?
Correct.
You worked at the same, was it the same large desk? And you had a different workstation, or did you have a separate desk?
I have a separate desk.
Was it in the same room as the large glass conference table?
No.
Was it in the room, one of the side rooms that was there?
Yes.
But you had your own workspace, correct?
Correct.
And you could let yourself into the office at any time, correct?
Correct.
There was a separate entrance to the four-group offices, right?
Right.
In fact, people would often come in to the office without even having to go through the residence portion of that home, correct?
Most of the time.
You weren't always in that office, though, were you?
What do you mean?
It wasn't a desk job, your position as a project manager.
I think it's fair to say that I'd spend more time on the job site than in the office.
Like I said, so you were able to go out, you'd be at the job site, supervise, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes you would run out and buy parts or get something that was needed at the house, right?
What do you mean by the house?
For the job
Thanks,
site,
Noel.
you might have to pick up something for the job site yourself, right?
Yes.
Thanks,
That was part of your
thanks
job,
very
right?
much.
And you were responsible for making sure that subcontractors showed up when they were supposed to show up, right?
Correct.
And got the job done when they were supposed to get it done.
Correct.
You talk to Mr. DULOS almost every workday?
As needed.
Well, there would at least be either a text or a communication, verbal or email, almost every day you were working, correct?
I wouldn't say every day. Could have been days without communication.
Mr. DULOS did travel a fair bit, correct?
Travel.
What?
What do you mean by travel?
Travel, like not be in Farmington at the four group, he'd be someplace else.
Yeah.
You knew that you knew that he was big into water skiing, right?
Yes.
He was actually competitive in water skiing, wasn't he? He would participate in tournaments, right?
Right.
And he would travel to go to those tournaments, right?
I think it's fair to say that, yeah.
And you've been doing that the whole time that you knew him, right?
At the very beginning, I didn't know about this water skiing.
But when you came to work for him as a full-time employee, you knew, right?
Yeah.
You knew that some of his children also were into competitive water skiing, right?
Correct.
And you mentioned the pond, right? You said that yesterday?
Correct.
Had you ever been to the pond?
Yes.
So you knew who Mr. Haynes was, right? The owner of the pond?
Yes.
Hutch, called him Hutch, right?
Correct.
You'd met him, right?
Yes.
He was a friend of Mr. DULOS as well?
I believe so, yes.
And I think you were asked if you ever water skied, and I can't remember, you said that wasn't something you liked to do?
DULOS offered me, but I
Didn't appeal to you?
not really, no.
They call it a pond, but it's really a lake with a jumping on these ramps, right?
Correct.
When you were in the office, you might be there an entire day without knowing who was in the residence part of the house, correct?
So, if I may, I remember thinking yesterday when he testified about and funnily enough, the defense lawyer doesn't mention it, or did he? The self-storage lots bordering on the pond, right? And so I remember thinking, I wonder whether that could be where Jennifer was, her remains were either temporarily or eventually left. And so what he's doing here is he's putting Pawel in that same environment. Do you see? And yeah, that's also a good
It
point.
was a big enough house that people could be walking and talking in one of the other rooms in the house portion You would have no idea whether they were there or not, correct?
Correct.
People park sometimes in the back of the building. That is, you go through the archway to the rear of the house, right?
Yes.
People could park outside on a pavement area behind the house, right?
Right.
You also testified that you would put your Tacoma. Well, let me ask you this. Where did you usually park your Tacoma if you were leaving it at 4 Jefferson Crossing?
At the back parking spot.
At some point, you started parking it in the garage, correct?
Correct.
You testified that your truck was leaking oil, right?
Right.
You testified it was also, as I understand it, leaking steering fluid.
That's the same thing.
So the hydraulic line for the steering was leaking, correct?
Correct.
By the way, when people came to the office, would they park in the driveway in the front, or would they pull into the back through the archway?
Can you specify what people?
Customers, I mean, people that were coming there for the to visit the 4 group offices.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say both
Where?
front and back.
They would park in the front as well as back? Is that, what about employees? Would they park in the front of the garages?
Mainly on the back of the house, yes.
What about real estate agents, realtors?
Mainly on the back of the house.
And what about customers? That is, people who are coming maybe to buy one of the houses or look at plans for houses.
Customers would park on front of the house and behind the house.
There weren't any signs that said no parking in front of the garages or anything, were there?
No.
There was also one of these long, shall we say, curved crescent driveways, right?
Correct.
Did any people ever park closer to the front of the house and point their vehicles out back towards Jefferson Crossing on the other side where the garages were?
Possible.
The first time that you spoke to police officers in connection with this case was on May 31st, 2019, right?
That was
That Friday.
after
31st.
Jennifer disappeared.
Sorry?
The Friday after Jennifer disappeared.
The Friday after Jennifer's disappearance. That's the first time you spoke to the police about it, right?
Correct.
You were in the Jeep.
Yes.
You were driving to drop off tools at the office that day, right?
Right.
You said you saw a number of cars there, right?
Correct.
They were all gray, either SUVs or the kind of vehicles that looked like state police cars, weren't they?
I don't recall if they were all gray.
Well, you believe they were police vehicles, correct?
At first sight, I didn't know who was.
You saw people standing in the driveway, correct?
Correct.
Weren't they wearing vests that said police or state police on them?
I don't recall it, no.
You don't recall that. So, as I understand you, then you see people are in the driveway, but you're not curious to drive in to see what's going on, right?
Correct.
Total strangers standing around and you just drove past the residence, right?
Right.
Past the office, right?
Yes.
Not even pulling in the second entrance, right?
Correct.
You pulled in to, you said you went all the way down to the end of Jefferson Crossing and there's a dead end cul-de-sac there, right?
Right.
You turned around the cul-de-sac and started coming back, right?
Right.
Now, this was your office space, wasn't it? For Jefferson Crossing?
Right.
You had every right to be there, right?
Right.
So the reason you didn't want to go into that driveway is you did not want to have to talk to the police, correct?
I didn't know if that was the police at that time.
You thought some random people were standing on the property.
I don't remember what I was thinking 5 years ago.
You didn't see any couples looking to buy that house, did you?
I think that's an excellent point. I think that's an excellent point that he saw. I don't think it's that hard to see through the fabric of the trees that the police were there, and did he want to talk to the police? If you were him, would you want to talk to the police? And it's a very simple point, but it's also quite a big point. You know, it does certainly put his credibility in a particular light. Did he want to talk to the police?
Yeah,
You did stop your car as you were driving back towards Eli Road, didn't you?
correct.
That's when the police came in the road and told you to stop, right?
Right.
Then you recognized that they were police officers, right?
I believe so.
You're not sure? You just stopped for some random person?
Yes.
Did you roll down the window?
Possible, yes.
You don't know?
Like it might have been rolled down already.
The Jeep was air conditioned, right?
Right.
And although May 31st was still spring, it was warm enough you could use the air conditioning, right?
Right.
Do you remember that the person who approached you was a detective named Butin?
Correct.
The same one who interviewed you a couple of times that you testified about yesterday, correct?
Correct.
Detective Butin asked you where you were coming.
Okay, so we're going to just go slightly away from the current testimony. I've just been reading this article from the Middletown Press, which just summarizes some of what he says. Thanks so much, Victoria. If you want to read it, it's at that link. What does Victoria say? Thank you for going above and beyond to bring us the most in-depth analysis. Thanks so much. I appreciate that. Appreciate it. I was just speaking to Stephanie earlier today about how far it is to fly to America, and I should maybe consider doing a detour to the United Kingdom. I know a lot of people follow TCRS in the United Kingdom, you know, and I'm covering some pretty big cases that are based there as well. So maybe the next time I go to America, I should maybe detour to the United Kingdom. Thanks a lot, Sheila. Thanks so much. So I just want to highlight a couple of things from this article. And the first thing is that the truck wasn't reliable. Did you guys know that, and this came out during the cross-examination, did you guys know that Gumienny was trying to I guess, buy a new truck between May 1st and May 31st? So can you imagine if Fotis knew that? Can you imagine if Fotis knew that Pawel was starting to think about buying a new vehicle? Well, that would be perfect, is to use this vehicle and then sell it like you meant to anyway. That's certainly going to be convenient to Fotis, isn't it? So he says here, it was not a very reliable vehicle, not at all, meaning it wasn't reliable. Schunorm then submitted several photos showing searches from Gumienny's phone for similar trucks. it seemed like he was shopping online for a different vehicle. And then he says, so even the day that the police were questioning you, you were still looking to replace your Tacoma. Isn't that right? And I think another word for replace is get rid of, right? Could be get rid of, replace the Tacoma with another vehicle. He says, it's possible. If it's in my phone, I don't deny it. Thanks so much, Sherry. Appreciate it. This is also interesting. According to him, Fotis told him the divorce is going well. Shuanon asked Gumienny whether Fotis complained about his divorce. Do you remember in the Chris Watts case, Chris Watts apparently complained about the medical bills. He also complained about, what was the other thing? He also complained about, I think he just complained a little bit in general about the marriage, he didn't talk that much about it. But it's interesting that with McGuinness objecting, Gumienny said that DULOS had complained about how long the divorce was taking. That makes sense. He thought that it could turn out well for him. Well, it didn't. It didn't turn out very well. Then he said, I believe he told me there was a pretty good chance of him getting full custody of the kids. Do you think that that is true? Do you think that comment is true? Then I have nothing to hide. Shuanon recalled a visit by state police to Gumienny's home, asking whether he only agreed to let them look at his phone when police said he wouldn't get it back for months if he refused initially. He said it was only after that you agreed to let them have your phone, right? So you can see it's just all these little areas that Shuanon is trying to find to undermine Pawel, and does he succeed? That's the question. I guess another question you could ask is, who do you trust between Pawel and Michelle? Who do you trust? Anyway, this is a pretty good article. I haven't really gone into all of the aspects. I think there's one more I wanted to touch on. There's the link again. I think there's just one more. There you go. Gumienny felt nervous about immigration status, right? And you can understand him feeling nervous about that. Shuanon asked Gumienny whether he felt pressured by police, mentioning possible issues with his immigration status. And he actually brings up the fact that he worked before he got his green card, which is a bit of a no-no. Were you nervous about them, the police, bringing up your green card status? Yes. Because he was a native of Poland who's since become a US citizen. And this is important. He was not a US citizen at the time. He was not a US citizen at the time. So that's why I say he was a very good candidate to be used by somebody else, wasn't he? You agree?
Coming from, didn't he?
He did.
You told him you were coming from New Canaan, right?
Right.
You didn't tell him at that point that you were actually over at 585 Deercliff, did you? In Avon.
At that time, no.
You didn't tell him you'd been at a junkyard in Southington for a couple of hours, did you?
No.
You didn't tell him you'd been to a second, I don't know if it was a junkyard or used car parts place in Avon?
Not Avon.
What? You did, you what?
Not Avon, no.
What town was the second place in?
I believe Berlin.
Berlin. So you went from, but I'm going to show you a bunch of images from.
So I've jumped a couple of minutes forward. We're going to look at that moment where he's asked about, was he looking to replace his vehicle? Let's quickly have a look at that.
Search. So if you would, if I could just have the first one, please. You can turn around. It's easier maybe if you want to look behind you. If you want, you can, look, you can see it there. So you see that you were searching for a used Tacoma on May 1st, 2019.
That's a history from my phone.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So next one.
So what's quite interesting is certainly not this vehicle, but the previous one looked quite similar. It's a red Toyota Tacoma. So is anyone going to necessarily realize it's a different vehicle? He has a silver, what is it? I'm not quite sure what kind of vehicle this is.
You see the date? May 5th.
Yes, I do.
That was a used silver Tacoma that you were looking at?
Yes.
All right, next one, please. So this is, what's that say, May 14th? It's a little blurrier than the other one. Yeah, May 14th?
Correct.
Okay, and this looks like, what, an older model?
Yes.
All right, you were looking at that one?
Don't recall it.
All right,
I don't deny it. It's on my phone.
sure. Next one, please.
Another I don't recall.
Could you zoom in, please, right here? May 18th, you were looking at one?
Possible.
Okay, next, please.
He seems to like
Zoom in,
Toyota.
please. May 10th, out of order, but you were looking at a black one on May 10th?
Yes.
Okay, next one, please. May 21, you were looking at one?
Yes.
2019, right? And that one's kind of a decked out one a little bit, right? A little fancier.
Yeah.
Okay, next one, please. May 26th, you were looking at one. Isn't that true? 2
Possible.
days
Yep.
after the disappearance, you're looking at a white Tacoma, right?
Yep.
Next one, please.
Now, I'd like to say that Shunon is barking up the wrong tree, but if you think about this, while he is using the Ford Raptor, remember he used it for 2 weeks in May, and on either side of that, in the month that, if you think about it, the month that Jennifer is murdered, he starts searching for a new vehicle. That's quite a major thing. I mean, if you get a new vehicle, isn't it quite a big deal to you? It tends to involve quite a big sum of money. It's some kind of commitment. It's not a small deal. And he's kind of a blue collar worker, and he's had this truck for how long? And now suddenly in May, the month that Jennifer disappears, he suddenly is actively, he didn't just do one search. He didn't do one search on one day. He's done multiple searches throughout May. for another Toyota Tacoma. And then there's also the whole thing of taking the seats out of the original one, when he could, I guess, just buy another Toyota Tacoma. It does raise the question. It does raise the question. I mean, it's unavoidable, isn't it, that Fotis is thinking, as soon as Jennifer's gone, I can be, I might be Mr. Moneybags. As soon as Jennifer's gone, then, especially if I get custody of the children, then, by the way, I've seen two different versions. I've seen one version saying the cumulative collective value of their trust funds that they would inherit is 2 million, but I've read somewhere else on airmail that each child would inherit 2 million. So I'm not actually sure which one it is. Something tells me it's 2 million in total. It's quite a big difference between 2 million and 10 million. But anyway, regardless of that, you can imagine Fotis thinking, as soon as Jennifer's out the way, I can afford to be quite generous. Do you need a new car? Help me out with this and I'll get you a new car. What do you think about that? What do you think about that offer wasn't put on the table? Help me out with this and I'll get you a new car. You can start looking for one so long. What do you think of that?
Also on May 26th, this one a gold or tan colored one, right?
Correct.
That's also an interesting point. You could say that the manipulative Fotis knew that now was the time to strike, because now you are going to suspect this dude. This is the best time to cast shade onto this guy.
Don't know if we have, oh. And then you looked at one that was at a dealership, right, on May 31st. You see that down at the bottom there?
Yes.
So even the day that the police were questioning you, you were still looking to replace your Tacoma. Isn't that right?
Possible. I mean, if it's a
So Yeri is looking for a brand new Tacoma, right? He wants to buy it from the dealer, it looks like. And at this point, these seats in his own vehicle aren't really attached. That's the context.
my phone, I don't deny it.
Well, that whole month you were searching to replace your Tacoma, right?
Yes.
And you had told Mr. DULOS that you were.
So look at his body language, right? Folded arms. It is a point that even that was raised, that was highlighted in a news article. It certainly does raise one's eyebrows. What were his motives? In other words, what was Pawel's motives? How did the whole idea come about in May of all months? And that's also just after the Greek Easter. How did this idea come about that suddenly in May, I really want to get a new vehicle? And he ends up driving the Ford Raptor for 2 weeks in May. With everything else going on, he seems very committed to getting another vehicle, doesn't he?
Were seeking to replace your Tacoma, weren't you? Didn't you? I mean,
I did.
Generally, except for holidays, you did work Monday through Friday. Is that right?
Correct.
And your routine was, if you were going to a job site, you would not take your own vehicle because of that it wasn't reliable, correct?
If it was not in farming,
Do you believe that the vehicle wasn't reliable? I mean, if the vehicle's not reliable, why does Fotis want to use it? And also, why does he want his vehicle back? You must remember, at a certain point, he's driving the Raptor, but he sort of wants his vehicle so he can put the motorcycle in it. He wants his vehicle back. He's looking for the keys, not as though he's like, see, I don't mind never seeing this vehicle again. No, I actually want my vehicle back. Where is it? He goes looking for it. I'm not sure what to say about that. You know, a vehicle can leak fluids, and then you can turn a screw and it'll stop leaking fluids sometimes. It's not to say that if your vehicle leaks fluids, you should buy a new vehicle. Yeah, that's definitely is a large vehicle obsession.
Farmington area.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If it was a local job, you might go right from home to the job site, right?
Correct.
And there were a lot of actually, right on Mountain Spring Road, there have been mention of other addresses. There were a lot of lots that Ford Group owned that they were marketing and planning on building houses on, right?
Correct.
In fact, you still live in that area, right?
Correct.
A lot of those houses have since been built, even after the death of Fotis Doulos, correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, even after a lot of those houses that were for sale back then, or lots rather, houses have been built on them. So now it's all built up when it wasn't back then, right? 2019.
I don't disagree. I just don't have a recollection of seeing a lot prior and after being built a house.
I take it since all of this, certainly after you left Ford Group, you don't travel a lot on Eli Road or Deer Cliff Road?
I do.
You do? And you haven't noticed a lot of houses being built on the Eli Road side of that mountain?
Which side of the road you're talking?
Coming towards Farmington.
So I'm just going to object on relevance grounds. Additionally, counsel's testifying at this point.
I'll withdraw the question. Let me just go back for a minute. You know, we talked about the power line trail, and I forgot to ask you this question. The power lines stay on the West Hartford side of that mountain, don't they?
Yeah, I think it's that. Yeah.
So it is it is an important point. It is a relevant point that the Tacoma was quite old. I've got a vehicle that's 1 year older than that even. And I'm thinking of trading it in, upgrading because it's pretty close to its sell-by date. So I agree with you that the vehicle was, getting on. The part that's interesting is, of all the times to think about selling a vehicle, it's not May 2018, May 2020. It's the month that Jennifer disappears. And the question then to ask is, I would love to speak to Pawel's wife. How long had he been thinking about replacing the vehicle? Had he ever mentioned it? Had she ever mentioned it? Right? Why does it suddenly come up in 2019? Was it because, and this is quite important, if it was at Fotis's, if Fotis sort of took the initiative and Pawel then just went along with that, that would be very, very worrying. But if it's the opposite, if Pawel felt like, I've had enough of this vehicle, it's time that I upgraded, then, and he was taking the initiative, then you could have a situation where Fotis saw that as an opportunity that he could manipulate, that he could take advantage of. And who knows, maybe Mishi as well.
And there are also regular hiking trails in the water company MDC property, aren't there?
No, not aware of this. I never go hiking them.
You've never noticed if there are, right?
Don't recall it, no.
You ever notice any blue squares on trees for people to hike through that area? So there's ways to cut across and whatnot.
If I was there on the dirt bike, I wouldn't pay attention to that.
Because you wouldn't go on those trails, right?
And also go fast.
A lot of trees down, logs, rocks, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But you would often take a four-group vehicle home on the weekend rather than take your Tacoma, right?
Often
Yeah, often, like many times.
on the weekend,
Yeah,
very rare.
rarely. But it wasn't unusual for you to do that, was it?
Very rare. I think it's what to say.
By the way, when you had mentioned the lawyer for Mr. Doulos calling you at one point, remember that testimony yesterday?
Which
Or
letter?
no?
Which letter?
Yesterday. Well, you couldn't remember his name. One of Mr. Doulos's lawyers called you back in May of 2019 or early June, didn't he?
I don't remember, no.
You don't remember? You didn't say this yesterday?
Well, counsel, you can use leading questions. It's cross.
All right. Didn't you testify yesterday that one of Mr. Doulos's called you and suggested that you might need your own lawyer because of your immigration status? Remember saying that yesterday?
I believe I said Dulos told me that.
Not one of his lawyers?
I don't recall it.
In any event, the police did say things to you made you concerned about your immigration status, didn't they?
I don't recall it, no.
You don't recall that?
Do you believe him?
Don't you remember the police saying to you words to the effect of that if they wanted to really mess with your green card, they could just make a phone call?
Yes.
But
So I thought that was really well done by the defense attorney. He asks a fairly broad question, gets the I don't recall response, refers to his notes, quotes him verbatim while he's going like this, and he's still kind of going like that. And then he says, yes, I did say that. And I mean, it's obvious. Obviously, he would be concerned about his green card when, remember that text that I highlighted? His status at the time was not, what word did we use? His status was, he was not a US citizen at the time. In other words, his status was sort of in flux, right? Anyone who wants to live in America in that situation with the police investigating would be super nervous, super nervous. And I think he's pretty nervous about it now.
But they said, but that's not what they were looking to have happen,
I'm just
right?
going to object, Your Honor. Calls for speculation as to what other people were looking to have happen.
Oh,
This is what was said to the witness.
well, if the representation is that the police later said after that, they are not looking for that to happen, then the court will allow it.
Yes.
They did say that to you. Right. So were you nervous about them bringing up your green card status?
Yes.
You weren't a U.S. citizen, were you?
No.
Are you now?
Yes.
That's happened since 2019, correct?
Correct.
That is a extremely important point, and it's again kudos to the defense lawyer for thinking that way, because it's easy to think when you think in hindsight, if someone is a US citizen now, to almost assume that they were then. You need to think about the true context, the true circumstances when the incident occurred. This is a good example of how vulnerable Pawel was to outside influence circa May 2019.
If you had been arrested for anything, you knew you could have been deported, right?
Correct.
And you'd lived here for what, 20 years at that point? 19 years?
19 years.
And you were concerned, right?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you now about a trip that you took up to the Litchfield State Police Barracks on June 12th, 2019. Do you recall going there?
Yes.
You thought you were going to pick up your truck then, didn't you?
Yes.
In fact, when did you pick up your truck ever?
Get it?
You never got it back, right? Were you ever compensated for it? They just kept it, right?
Correct.
So you went up there.
That's a pretty shitty deal, right? You do cooperate with the police, you do make a deal with the police, you do whatever, but in the process you lose your vehicle. That happens quite often in true crime. You know, the police seize a home, they can have it for a year, sometimes longer, seize vehicles. Think about Rex Uerman, they seized his guns, firearms. Not sure if they still have his vehicle, but that is one of the bummers of being an accessory after the fact, especially unknowing. I mean, because Fotis used his vehicle, he lost his vehicle. Imagine loaning your vehicle to a friend, they commit a crime in it, and so you never get your vehicle back. That's kind of that's quite a big hit, isn't it? Quite a big hit.
On around June 12th to get it, thinking they were going to give it back to you, right?
That was my understanding, yes.
But in fact, you went up there with an oil can, didn't you?
Correct.
I'm going to show the witness.
Thanks, Pauline. Thank you.
Exhibit Y. Yeah, you just put that. It's called oil can 2. We just look at the image that's up on the screen.
Yes.
All right. Now, do you recall being in the state police in an interrogation room on June 12, 2019?
Yes.
And that's you sitting there with, I guess those are sunglasses on your forehead?
Yes.
Okay, is the cameraman fast asleep? Like, we need to see. It would be really interesting to hear, probably part of the whole immunity is that we'll probably never get to hear the interrogation, and what I would give to be a fly on the wall of that interrogation, because it probably things that were revealed there that may not be revealed as part of an agreement. So anyway, let's see if the cameraman wakes up.
And the person in the foreground there with the large arms and I don't know if that's a hood or whatever it is behind his head there, that's one of the state police officers, right?
I believe so, yes.
And could you tell the jury, you see the date and the time, right? Was that the time you were there, 11:15 in the morning?
If the camera time is correct, yes.
Okay, and what is that in your left hand on the table that we see in this image?
It's oil can.
That was the oil can.
There you go. So that is the 12th of June, and that is around about 3 weeks. And you can see his hair's shorter there than it is now, right? And again, one's got to think about, I know it's not a picture of him, but I'm just going to put that there for now. One's got to think about, how much does he look like Fotis Doulos with his head shaved? Because this is quite close to the time, right? Just trying to see if I can get a good image of him. Not sure if it's a terribly good image, but if you saw him in passing, if you saw him in a vehicle, would you not think it's the same person? And so this whole game of musical vehicles was quite clever, quite a clever scheme, including the bicycle that was used. Quite a clever scheme. Did it work?
You brought, because if you were going to take your vehicle, it would have probably drained out unless you put in oil, right?
I was planning on being very safe and sorry, so I took some oil with me, yes.
So they had some, we just missed it. Anyway, he had a can of, looked like a can of oil next to him. Where is it now? Can you see over there? I think it's a can of oil.
Planning on being very safe and sorry, so I took some oil with me, yes.
You had to put in a lot of oil because you knew it had been dripping, right?
Yep.
And they started questioning you, right? That day.
Yes,
And they told you you weren't getting your truck back, correct?
correct.
And that's when you told them you wanted to have your attorney present for any further questioning, right?
Yeah,
And so they stopped the interview at that time, right? They stopped it
yes.
at your request.
I was trying to call my attorney and I couldn't get hold of him, so.
Well, he didn't answer, or was it that that this particular location in Litchfield had lousy cell service?
I don't remember. I remember I couldn't get hold of him.
Okay. If you couldn't reach him, then you weren't going to talk to him, right?
Yes,
Okay. You'd already met with Attorney Urzo before that, right?
I don't remember when I met with him first time.
Your Honor, I'm going to, well, If this could be a place to stop, Your Honor.
Thank you.
For
Ladies
different
and gentlemen, we'll stand in our lunch and recess until 2 o'clock. Please do not discuss the case.
So that is the morning session. Not sure if we want to go any further today. It's already almost 4 hours. Just want to have a look. I'm just trying to figure out whether the attorney for Pawel also testified. Let's just have a look. Let's just have a look here. Sorry, that's
Working on that project, I would.
um, do you guys want to continue? There's still at least 2 hours to go.
I believe so, yes.
That's the 8-hour interview, right?
Yes.
That took place in a police station?
I believe so, yes.
Do you remember which one it was?
I don't.
In between, you had met with your attorney?
Yes.
You also saw Photos DULOS in that month, right?
No.
When's the last time you saw Photos DULOS?
The last time I spoke with him in person was week after Jennifer disappeared, that Friday.
But you knew he moved back.
So, if you just do a quick recap, I know this is common knowledge now, it's something that is obvious, but if you think about it, we can't talk to Jennifer. I mean, she's the original victim in this case, but Jennifer seemed to trust Pawel certainly to move her possessions around, and also when she did her evacuation, her emergency evacuation, and he seemed to get along quite well with her, with Jennifer. Jennifer's not with us anymore. Fotis is a big part of this whole story. He's not with us anymore. I don't know whether Michelle's gonna be talking, but basically Pawel is a proxy in a way for Fotis, in the sense that he can tell us where Fotis was some of the time, how he was, when he was somewhere, what his intentions were. And although he seems like quite an understated fellow, is a incredibly important witness in a case where, first of all, Jennifer's body's never been found, and secondly, we can't put Fotis on trial, and so Michelle Troconis is on trial. The question is fairly or unfairly. The mistress who said, I mean, can you imagine Nicole Kessinger ever saying the words that Michelle Troconis said? Is there any record of Nicole Kessinger referring to Shanann as a bitch? Is there? And is there any record of her having any animus against Shanann Watts? And so I'm just trying to appraise you guys of the value of this particular witness, given the murderer is dead, the victim. We can't really talk to kids because they're underage, I guess. Some of the best testimony we've got is from the nanny. And are we going to hear from Michelle Troconis? I guess that's the important question. But absent Michelle Troconis, this is perhaps the best person to tell us the story of what is happening around about that time, excluding the kids.
Back into Fort Jefferson Crossing, right?
I don't know when, but at some point, yes.
You knew he was there, right?
Yeah.
But you know Michelle Troconis was no longer there, right?
Yes.
Did you resign from 4 Group at that point?
My last day of work was that Friday when I saw him.
Did you say, I quit?
I think I told him that on the phone. How was it? No, that week when he got arrested, I just didn't show up at work.
Did you apply for unemployment?
Yes.
Did you claim you'd been fired?
No.
Did you fill out a form and say you had resigned?
I don't remember how the form was. I think it was something like temporary shutdown or something like that.
But that wasn't true, was it?
Well, he wasn't there, so I couldn't work.
Well, he continued operating the 4 Group, didn't he?
I don't know.
You recall that your July 12th interview took place in Bridgeport at the State Police Barracks. Does that ring a bell?
Yes.
And you went down there with your attorney, right?
Yes.
You met with the, was it the state police at that point?
So that's such a fantastic point from the defense attorney. You need to look at these milestones to measure what the reality was. And so you can imagine if he really was fed up with photos, stop pushing me around, stop telling me to sell my vehicle. Jeepers, did you actually use my vehicle? Oh, you've been arrested now. Did you actually use my vehicle when you committed a crime? I've had it. I quit. And the fact that he doesn't seem to say that is, I think, counts a little bit against it, because if you were in that situation and Jennifer Doulos has been missing, and another day goes by and another day goes by and another day goes by, and someone asks to borrow your vehicle and all sorts of information's come out, at what point do you not say, I'm out of this? But instead he keeps going back to work. Photos isn't there, and so he assumes that his job is over. It seems a little like he was still part of the equation, doesn't it? And that's why I said there seems to be a bit of a fence-sitting thing going on. I could be wrong, just where he doesn't come out let's put it as a question. Does he come out and ask, or does he come out and say, police, I've got these seats? Does he, it's one thing to do that at your own initiative. It's another thing to do it when it's a fait accompli, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe so.
There were more than one detective interviewing you, correct?
Correct.
And they again wanted to go into detail on your whereabouts on May 24th, 2019, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes, they wanted to go into detail with you about your whereabouts on May 24th, 2019, correct?
Correct.
You had, at that point, difficulty in remembering some of the details that you had been involved in on that May 24th. Isn't that true?
It is.
And you told the police it was because for you, May 24th was another day just like every other day, right?
Correct.
And the police, however, weren't having that with you, were they? They were contradicting you.
Just going to object, Your Honor, to the form of the question.
So do you remember he's testified yesterday, I think, where he said what was a little bit different about May 24th was that Photos said to him, don't come here today or tomorrow, whatever it was, don't come here on the 24th because I'm going to be with a lawyer, I'm going to be dealing with a divorce. I think his words were, I'm going to be dealing with a divorce on that day. And then, as I understand it, he did ultimately come around at the end of the day and surprised Fotis and Michelle. And where were they? They were right next to the passenger door of his vehicle.
No, sustained.
They didn't believe you. They told you they didn't believe you, right?
I know one of the detectives at some point said to me that makes sense.
Didn't they say to you, that day should be pretty clear to you by now, man? Isn't that what they said to you?
I'm going to object, Judge, that
So bear in mind, there's exactly the same argument with Michelle. What she said in the beginning, they didn't believe. And I think she made two statements, and then it was like the third statement, she said something else. So, if Pawel can say something and then change his statement, but he's innocent, why can't Michelle? Why are you saying something that's the police don't accept, but you're innocent?
Well,
if counsel is going to paraphrase, then he should just state
It's
what he
a
actually
quote.
said.
well, what we're not going to countenance is counsel talking over each other. Well, the question is, essentially the actual question is, did you think that the police did not believe you? That's the actual question. To ask, they didn't believe you, and will the objection be foundation? So sustained.
Didn't they tell you that they didn't believe you?
Just object, Judge.
Ground.
Is counsel, my concern, Your Honor, is that counsel is presenting these as direct quotes, and I think it would be best to use the actual transcript as opposed to paraphrasing.
Well, before we even get to that point, the witness can say no. This isn't impeachment yet because it does not appear to be impeachment based on a prior inconsistent statement. Counsel is just asking what the police said. The witness can say, yes, they said that. No, they didn't say that. I don't remember. Overruled.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes.
Thanks a
Didn't
lot,
they tell
Lynn.
you
Thank you.
they didn't believe you didn't know what you did on May 24th?
I don't remember them saying they don't believe me.
Didn't they tell you it should be clear to you what you did on that day?
Yes,
And did you say to them, I didn't pay attention? Isn't that what you said?
yes.
You do recall telling the police, though, that Mr. DULOS informed you that he had an appointment with his lawyer on the morning of May 24th, right?
Correct.
And he told you that the day before on the 23rd, correct?
Correct.
You indicated to them, you told them you were in New Canaan the entire day, right?
Judge, I'm going to object to the form of these questions. He's asking him what he said in this interview. He should pose the question, and only if there's an inconsistency should he then ask a more direct question about what Mr. Gumienny said on a previous occasion.
What counsel is doing is going through the entire or significant portions of a transcript, just reiterating the questions that were asked and the questions that were answered.
So what is very interesting here is we, the public, we are not party to the interrogation, but of course, Schoenhorn is and was. And so him quoting from the transcript is giving us unique access to what would otherwise be a somewhat confidential interview, one would imagine. And it's interesting what is being brought up here. You can understand it from the defense perspective, emphasizing this idea that the police thought that you were in New Canaan the whole day. Guess where Jennifer lives? Jennifer lives in New Canaan. Where Fotis lives is about 70 miles away. It's it's quite a long way away. And that's potentially a bit of a problem where Fotis and Pawel are quite good, not friends, but they're certainly quite close colleagues. And Fotis is asking him to use his vehicle. Certainly in terms of proximity, the defense, and I mean, this is why he did need immunity, and also why it's quite a tricky witness, because he can become, just like that, he can become a witness for the defense. And that's, I think, what Schoenhorn is trying to do. He's trying to shoehorn Pawel into becoming his witness. I think that was quite cleverly stated.
The basis of using the transcript is for impeachment. This is the court does not know what the purpose of asking the witness is of every question that was asked. And
I agree with Bridget that there does seem to be inconsistency, because he did say that he wasn't supposed to go to the house on the 24th, but then he also, that statement is in itself inconsistent, because that he does end up going there, doesn't he?
every answer that was given. That's not impeachment. So the court is going to sustain the objection because it's an attempt to, it's not even an attempt to impeach. It's just a rehearsal of what happened. And that's basically a waste of time. Sustained.
You claim in this courtroom the other day that you went down to New Canaan, you were there all day, right?
I was there from before 10 a.m. to around 2:30 p.m.
You claimed you were at the house on Sturbridge Hill Road that entire time once you arrived there, correct?
Correct.
You said you went there directly from your house.
So his alibi, or his statement, is that he was in the New Canaan area from 10 till about 2:30. The crime was committed between 8 and just after 10. And then Jennifer's body was moved. At the time that Jennifer's body was moved is the time that he was in that area. Now, the question I've kind of had is, how did the handover take place from the one vehicle to the other, right? Someone driving one vehicle and there's a bicycle in it and a person's body, and another vehicle. Now, if you've got another person in that vehicle, it's much easier to that person to get out and whatever, and then the vehicles go in different directions. If one vehicle stops next to another vehicle, and you've got to offload, and there's only one person, much more difficult to do that. Another possibility is that Fotis knew the movements of Pawel, because hasn't he gone to a lot of effort to try and frame him? So Fotis isn't trying to just use Pawel, he's trying to frame him, and or certainly cast shade onto him. In other words, take the shade off himself. the same idea of needing to know your co-workers' movements so that you can do whatever you want to do happened in the Chris Watts case. The Chris Watts, when he was at the well site, needed to know when his co-workers were going to get there. And that is so that he can do what he needs to do. And so you have that in two dimensions, possibly. The dimension of Michelle's daughter going to the school thing and being away all day, and maybe Pawel being but implicated because he's in New Canaan, but he's also going to be away all day. And then the question is that true? Was he away all day? I would really like to know, does the Tacoma have telematics? I would assume a 2001 Toyota Tacoma doesn't, unfortunately.
House in Simsbury, correct?
Correct.
You didn't stop at Fort Jefferson Crossing, did you?
I did.
When it's not rush hour, it takes you from your home to get down to New Canaan back then. If there isn't traffic, what, about an hour and a quarter, maybe? Is that about right?
About an hour and 30 minutes at least.
But you weren't there all day, were you? Till 2:30.
Other than leaving for lunch around 12, that I'm not sure of, I would be there.
Did you come back from lunch and go back to Sturbridge Hill?
Come back from lunch and go back to Sturbridge Hill?
Yeah, you said you left for lunch.
It's possible. I'm not sure.
What time did you leave for lunch?
It could have been, I couldn't recover that date, so it could have been between 12 and 1.
Every day for you was about the same in terms of when you were down there, taking a lunch?
Sometimes I would bring my own lunch and just have it at the job site.
Well, how about that day, May 24th? Where did you go for lunch?
I said to the investigators that it's possible that I went for lunch to Chinese restaurant.
Did you name that Chinese restaurant for them?
So I just want to make a note, mods. I really don't want to see absolute statements of guilt in chat, unless you want to defend them in court. Please, mods, just check that out. Chelsea, can you see who I'm referring to? Can you just maybe address that?
I believe I sent them the address at some point.
The police told you that there was surveillance video from across the street. That's from 61 Sturbridge Hill Road, didn't they?
They mentioned that to me, yes.
There was a house right across the street from where the one that we were building, right?
I was never shown that.
That's not my question. My question is, was there a house across the street from 61 Sturbridge Hill Road?
Yes,
People were living there, right? It was a finished house.
yes.
The police told you that they had video cameras, Ring doorbell cameras from across the street, right?
Judge, I object. Hearsay, going through the
Well,
transcript
again,
again.
This is just a repeat of the interview. It's a waste of time. If it's
Judge,
not
this is
impeachment, if it's not impeachment,
It is impeachment.
it is not impeachment because you're not indicating that he testified as to one version of events on one day and today is saying something else. So it's not impeachment. It's not an impeachment by a prior inconsistent statement.
That wasn't the
You are
purpose.
reading a transcript.
First of all, Your Honor, I'm reading from my notes. I'm not reading from a transcript. Number two, there are other ways to impeach a witness besides.
So a little bit of argy-bargy between the lawyer and the judge saying it is not impeachment and the lawyer saying it is, and I'm doing it in this way. what he's trying to do is impeach Pawel. You know, he's going for the jugular. The question is he going to succeed?
Besides prior inconsistent statements.
Well, the court has not heard it. Sustained.
That was one of the, I don't know, did you catch that? There's a little bit of oomph on that sustained comment. Should we play it again?
By a prior inconsistent statement.
That wasn't the
You
purpose.
are reading a transcript.
First of all, Your Honor, I'm reading from my notes. I'm not reading from a transcript. Number two, there are other ways to impeach a witness besides prior inconsistent statements.
Well, the court has not heard it. Sustained.
Now, you must bear in mind the jury also watching that. The jury are aware of all of the objections the defense lawyers made that have been overruled. That's also going to play into the calculus. It would play into yours, wouldn't it, if you were on the jury? And also, at this vital point, there's a very explicit conversation between the judge and the defense lawyer, which the defense lawyer explicitly loses. The juries have just seen that as well. And that is score point. It's not so much the prosecution winning that point, but the defense losing it. I don't know if you want to say by shooting himself in the foot, but just by, I don't know, he just walked into that one, didn't he?
You were not there on the 24th of May, 2019 with a four-group vehicle, were you?
Meaning where?
At 61 Sturbridge Hill Road.
The May 24th, 2019?
Right, in the afternoon. You weren't there at all.
I was there from around 10 to 2:30 o'clock. I left around 2 or 3 o'clock.
You were there, you left, you said at 2 or 3?
Yes,
And you went out for lunch to a Chinese restaurant, or you don't know?
prior to leaving for the day.
So not at 12 or 1 that day?
Between 12 and 1, to my best guess.
So I don't want to put him on the stand, but I can't help noticing that he first said that he worked 10, what did he say? 10:30 to, hey, come on. I think he said he worked in New Canaan from 10 till 2. Now it's 3. He also said something about he went to lunch at 12:30. Then he made it anywhere between 12 and 1. Now, as soon as someone goes from being, how can I put it? They seem, you seem to remember them being able to provide detail. Now, think about the detail of, you can see surprise on someone's face. You can remember someone saying, I'm going to bury this person next to the dog, all that kind of thing. You can remember that detail. But then on this day that's so momentous, the day that he must have turned over in his mind a million times, because he ends up losing his truck over it. He ends up losing his job over it. Can he really not remember his movements on that day? And in his defense, I mean, can you remember your movements every minute, hour by hour yesterday? On the other hand, if you had a major thing to do and you work according to a schedule, then surely that should be quite plain, shouldn't it?
And then you said you came back, right?
Correct.
Right, well, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit AA. I'm going to first show you And before I show you that, let me just ask you a question. When you parked at 61 Sturbridge Hill Road, you always parked at the same place in the driveway closer to the road, correct? By the
Right,
garage.
Like right by the garage, yes.
Right, if you were pulling into that garage, into that driveway, it was the right-hand garage, right?
Yes,
And you parked not in the garage, but in front of the garage, right?
yes,
And you could see, right?
possible,
And you could see there was a house across the street, right?
yes.
And that's the house that the police said to you, how can you
Judge,
explain
I
that there
object-
is
I
not, I'm
object-
sorry, I haven't
I
asked my
object-
question yet.
Well, I object to the
Wow.
argumentative
Well,
nature
first of all,
question.
the question was,
That
that's
is
the
almost a
house
shout.
the police said to you. And what's the objection?
My objection, Your Honor, is the same objection that I made earlier, which is number one, it's hearsay. Number two, it's improper impeachment.
Well, the
Number
court
three.
does not know what the question will be.
And it's not being offered for the truth. It's being offered to show that he responded to that question.
Well,
You can see a lot is riding on this tempers are fraying, the judge, the prosecutor, the defense lawyer, and look at Pawel over there. He's also trying to keep it together. And all of this is giving him a little chance to gather himself, right?
again, the run-up to the questions appear to this court to be a waste of time. The questions can be asked directly. Did the police tell you X? And what was your response? And what was their response? So the court is going to overrule the objection.
Do you recall the police saying to you that you couldn't explain or how to explain the fact that you're not seen on video from across the street? Didn't they tell you that?
No.
They did not.
So just think about that from the perspective of a lawyer trying to strategically win his court case, right? Who do you think won that little scenario that just played out now? Who do you think came out the winner there, right? The prosecutor lost his objection. It was overruled. Do you think the prosecutor lost because of that? In that moment, you had the lawyer sounded almost like he was shouting at the judge, right? In the eyes of the jury, who do you think lost that little moment? And, trial is a series of small little victories and small little knife cuts, if you will. Who do you think really lost another point there? And totally unnecessarily, because the prosecution was overruled. Do you see that?
All right. I'm going to show you what I believe is being offered without objection, AA.
That's correct, Judge. No objection.
Defense, AA admitted as well.
So you were there on days prior to May 20. You were there during that entire week of May 24th, correct?
I don't remember if I was there every day, but I'm sure I was there some days.
Right. You were there on May 19th?
I don't remember.
All right. Well, I'm going to show you a short clip, if I can, please. If you could look on the screen. Can you see it?
Yeah.
All right. So could you freeze it and enlarge it, please? Now, do you see, before we even enlarge it, do you recognize this house across the street from this video?
I don't see it clearly what a house is.
You don't see the house that's not 61 Sturbridge Hill Road
Well,
that you were?
the response was, I cannot see clearly what the house is.
All right, could I have it enlarged, please, that area?
Again, a little bit of the judges also getting a bit irritated.
Yes, it looks like 61 Sturbridge, yes.
And I see a vehicle parked in the driveway. Won't work, okay. Do you see the white vehicle where the cursor is right there?
Yes,
That's the white Cherokee that's owned by the Ford Group, isn't it?
I don't know if that's the Cherokee. I
Were
see
you
white.
driving any other white SUV when you were down at 61
I
Sturbridge Hill Road?
object, Judge, misstates the testimony
Right.
entirely.
Well, the witness can't identify what counsel has identified as the white Cherokee.
Is that where you parked?
This is where I would normally park, yes.
But you're not agreeing that that's the vehicle you drove to 61 Sturbridge Hill Road on May 19th, 2019?
May 19, I would be driving Raptor, I believe.
Your testimony would have been the Raptor and not this vehicle right there, right?
I believe I had that Raptor for 2 weeks prior.
Right. Could you show the witness, please, May 24th, please? This is from 1 p.m. on May 24th. Is there any vehicle parked there at 1 p.m. on 61 Sturbridge Hill Road?
I don't see any.
But the car that you would bring there was always visible from the road. Isn't that true?
Yes,
When the police told you that there was no video of you in the afternoon at Sturbridge Hill Road, you had no answer for them, did you?
Judge, I'm just going to object. Again, this is improper impeachment.
Well, the question is, really a number of questions. The police talked to you about where you were on a certain date. You said you were here. They told you you weren't there. And you responded nothing. I mean, that's how the question breaks down. So the court will allow it.
Right?
can you repeat the question?
Sure. When the police pointed out that there was no way to document that you were there because there was no video of you and asked you to explain it, you couldn't explain it, could you?
I don't recall them saying to me that there was no video.
You don't recall them saying that to you? Let's have a moment. Would watching a short clip from your interrogation on July 12th be helpful in refreshing your memory?
Yes.
Could I play then? I'm just going to show.
Well, Judge, respectfully, I think that the state is entitled to inspect whatever clip they're going to play before it's
Yes.
presented to the jury. And as a matter of fact, refresh recollection is generally not to be published to the jury. So
Well, the clip is going to be played on Mr. Gumienny's monitor.
understood, Judge, but the sound will be audible. I would just like the opportunity to inspect the clip as I would any other exhibit.
That's appropriate.
Is that it?
Lynn Lippy, good to see you. Welcome. Okay, so did anyone notice Michelle Troconis? She kind of had her hand under, almost a hand like this over her mouth. And I wouldn't be surprised if the outcome of this trial depends on what happens in the next hour or two here, whether the defense attorney wins the hearts and minds or not. Just have a look at her face here. And I don't think she's yawning.
On July 12th be helpful in refreshing your memory?
Yes.
Let's go back
Could I
again.
play on July 12th be helpful? Would watching a short clip from your interrogation on July, a moment? Would watching a short clip from your interrogation on July 12th be helpful in refreshing your memory?
Yes.
Could I play then? I'm just going to show
Well, Judge, respectfully, I think that the state is entitled to inspect whatever clip they're going to play before it's
Yes.
presented to the jury. And as a matter of fact, refresh recollection is generally not to be published to the jury. So
Well, the clip is going to be played on.
I'm not sure if the clip is going to be played because I don't see it played here. Trying to fast forward to that point, but it doesn't look like it is ever played. Maybe it was played after the break. Let's jump to this moment here where a clip was played of Michelle Troconis. And I guess, or is it, yeah, it looks like Michelle Troconis. And I guess we're going to get the reaction from Pawel, right?
if we get our sound working, beginning at 15:34:07.
Pavel was doing his moto. He left his motorcycle.
Okay.
It is.
Well, it's funny because that moto used to be mine and I sold it to him a year ago.
Thanks, Murphy.
No.
Okay, that's very.
And then I went,
So the defendant sold you that bike, correct?
Correct.
And then she claimed to the police later that she had.
objection, leading and misstates the record.
Well, first, would this witness know what she claimed to the police? So the court would understand the objection to be foundation. How would he know what she claimed to the police?
May I have this marked for identification, Judge?
Well, you can respond.
So do you guys notice how the prosecution and defense are totally on their toes at this point? It's like, although a lot of this trial has been quite slow and dreary, you feel like this is a race that they're both trying to win with this witness at this point, don't you?
To the objection.
I have a voicemail here from the Farmington Police Department that was left from Mr. Gumienny, which I just got last night. I wasn't expecting to have to use it, but I guess we're going to.
First, wouldn't it be easier to just ask him about the voicemail?
I don't know whose voicemail is it?
Well, I just gave
Well,
Mr. Schoenhorn a copy, so if he wants a break to listen to it, that's fine, but
You wish to have a brief break, counsel, to hear the voicemail?
Let's just jump across the break.
the fact that the defendant actually had called the police and basically strong-armed him into giving the dirt bike back. So it's offered to basically rebut the suggestions that were left for the jury on cross-examination at this point.
There are still rules of evidence. This is a hearsay statement, first of all, by someone representing to be a police officer, making hearsay statements. It's not authenticated. And even if it was, the idea that hearsay can be put in to rebut an...
Again, look at Michelle Troconis leaning far forward in her chair, and she's kind of got her hand over her mouth. It really does seem like she knows that a lot is riding on this court day, trial day 19.
Assumption, the testimony, if the court wants to go back and look at it, is that my client was never paid. She didn't say she didn't sell it. She was not paid. And if the only way to rebut this, prove it, put on a receipt or proof that a payment was made. But to suggest that a police officer's voicemail that apparently calling Mr. Gumienny, asking that he return the motorcycle, doesn't come. There's no exception for wanting to fill in the details. There was cross-examination. There were admissions made. There's proper ways to do this. You can ask the witness why he gave it back if there's no other reason. But to suggest that hearsay can replace that there's no rule of evidence that would permit that.
Well, here's the court's view.
And it's collateral.
Here's the court's view. A sale involves, and this takes all of us back to year one in law school. Offer, acceptance, and consideration. If the claim is, as counsel states, Michelle Troconis sold it, that means there's been an offer, acceptance, and consideration. But then to state that she was not paid, then that would not be a sale. There's no consideration. So what the court hears is basically a hearsay within hearsay offer. So the court has to determine whether each component of that offer would be admissible. So the first component is really the officer saying, Michelle Troconis told us that she wants the bike back. The statement is being offered against the party as the party's own statement. That's an exception. The second hearsay component is what the officer says. The officer says Michelle Troconis wants the bike back. So if the claim is then, well, the officer's statement is hearsay, under what exception does that fall? Or is it not hearsay? Is it offered for the truth? It's offered for what he's told. So it's not offered for the truth. So the court is going to allow it.
The court hasn't heard it. There's more to it than what was just represented.
Well, the court thought it was just that statement that was being offered.
He-
Michelle Trachona says she wants the bike back. That's what the court thought the offer was.
That is, and then he says that he would prefer that this be handled civilly, and can you give me a call? I mean, that's the.
Well, that's the witness's statement.
No, that's what's on the voicemail.
So the whole statement is what?
The entire voicemail is approximately a minute long, Your Honor. I can play it for the court if you'd like.
Yes.
Yay.
So this is a voicemail, not a recording of the conversation
That's correct.
between the officer and Mr. Gumienny.
It's, if I may, I'm the one making the offer. It is a voicemail left by the Farmington police officer Ruggiero for Mr. Gumienny.
From the police, though, not from Mr. Gumienny's system.
Court on,
So I must apologize. It sounds like there's mumbling in the background. I've heard this before on Law and Crime. Not sure if it's what's going on. I don't know if there's a mic somewhere that's picking up something or if it's an echo, but that is how it's coming through. So sorry about that. I must say another thing is I wish the lawyers would sort of study the way the judge thinks about this case and get on board with it. You know, he's thinking of the case in a very rational way, whereas both sides seem to be caught up in the minutiae. And I understand that it's a very subtle case and there are a lot of details, but I think they're getting far too caught up in the minutiae to even remember things like the time of the day and what they're trying to say to the jury. Anyway, that's just my opinion. The judge is seeing things in a more of a global way. I think they could do with trying to do the same thing.
Hi, Paul. This is Officer Rivera from Farmington Police. I'm calling in regards to a motorcycle that you're in possession of that belongs to Michelle Trachona. Basically, she just wants it back. Just trying to make arrangements so we can do this civilly. If you can give me a call back, I'd appreciate it. 860-675-2400, 860-675-2400. Once again, Officer Ruggiero of the Farmington Police Department. Thank you.
well, again, based on what the court just heard, the court has not changed its analysis. It's a hearsay statement within a hearsay statement. Both of those statements can land on an exception and the court will allow it.
May I just have it marked, Judge?
Yes.
This is 128 for ID. I move it in. Well, I'll move it in front of the jury.
You can bring the jury in.
So just a quick question for those who are from Connecticut. I'm just looking at what Michelle Trachona is wearing. It doesn't seem particularly, I don't know if it's very warm in the courtroom, but she doesn't seem to be dressed very warmly. Does Connecticut not get very cold in the middle of winter? I mean, it's February. Or would you say the courtroom is just very well heated? No, the judge was saying that you would learn about the law of sale in your first year at law. That's what he meant.
Stipulate.
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
Thank you.
Tommy, can I put you down?
Mr. Gumienny, before we took the recess, you had indicated that the Farmington police had contacted you. Is that correct?
Correct.
And they contacted you because the defendant was claiming you had never bought the dirt bike, correct?
Objection. First of all, mischaracterization and leading.
Well, overruled.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Judge, I formally move Exhibit 128 in. May I publish?
Well, the court has already indicated that it would be allowed.
Yes, Judge.
128 admitted as full.
Paul, to police. I'm calling in regards to a motorcycle that you're in possession of that belongs to Michelle Triconis. Basically, she just wants it back. Just trying to make arrangements so we can do this civilly. If you can give me a call back, I'd appreciate it. 860-675-2400, 860-675-2400. Once again, Officer Ruggiero, Farmington Police Department. Thank you.
Mr. Gumienny, did you receive that voicemail?
Yes.
You were not asked about the Farmington Police Department on cross-examination, were you?
No.
And you did in fact purchase this dirt bike, correct?
Objection leading.
Well, the form of the question is leading, but it's working no surprise on the defense because that is the subject of this whole inquiry. So overruled.
Do you remember the question?
No.
Neither do I. You did in fact purchase this dirt bike, correct?
Correct.
But after the police were called, what did you do?
I forwarded the voicemail to my attorney.
And at some point, did you return the dirt bike?
Yes.
And that's when you met up with Mr. Schoenhorn, correct?
Correct.
So if you think about this, and again, I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist, but it's quite an intriguing little drama that's taking place, which is Mishi wants her dirt bike back. Does she want to go dirt biking in the context of everything that's happening? Or is it a ruse to get to meet with Pawel face to face and perhaps also with her attorney, which is exactly what happens. He meets not only Mishi, but her attorney. Was that because ostensibly she wanted her dirt bike back, or was that just a premise? Was that the way that they were going to get Pawel to have this meeting? Because I'm sure if they said, would you like to meet, he'd probably say no. But to say, we want the dirt bike, now he has to see them face to face. The interesting thing is, guess who he sees face to face? Schoenhorn. And do you think Schoenhorn doesn't have much to say during that meeting? It's a question. I don't know what the answer is. You think Schoenhorn is standing in the parking lot or wherever just to stand idly by?
You were asked on cross-examination about the defendant taking the keys out of your Tacoma. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
I want to, you were asked whether or not you thought perhaps the defendant had taken the key because it was left in, I don't remember the exact question, but basically because it was left out in the open or something to that effect?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention now to that conversation that you had with Mr. DULOS and the defendant on Tuesday, May 28th. The topic of the keys came up, didn't it?
Yes.
And can you just tell the jury how it came up and what Mr. DULOS said to you?
So Mr. Duros was asking me, how did I come back from New Canaan, how we met at 80 Mountain Spring Road. And I told him that we drove back to Fort Jefferson to leave one of the vehicles, and we came back to basically so I could get my Tacoma back. And then and we had to, the Mr. Dulos had to call Troconis to get the key because there was no key in my door. And then Dulos said that not to mention that, to keep Michelle out of it.
Did you find that strange if she was just trying to be helpful?
I'm going to object to the characterization.
I'll withdraw the question. Incidentally, you were asked on cross-examination about researching flights to Poland. You're from Poland, correct?
Correct.
And who were you researching flights for?
For my kids and my wife.
When were you hoping they would go to Poland?
Me?
Well, when were you researching flights for them? Was it for summertime?
Yes, for summertime.
And had they gone to Poland before?
Yes.
Did you ever get on a flight to Poland in May of 2019?
No.
You showed up at work on Tuesday, the 28th, correct?
Correct.
You were asked on cross-examination whether or not you thought the defendant was joking when she said that Jennifer, that bitch should be buried next to the dog, correct?
Correct.
You wouldn't call that a joke, would you?
I would not.
So I think now's a good time to ask the question, how do you think Pawel comes across today? Yesterday, he was in the safe zone. The prosecutor asked him questions and there wasn't any sort of fireworks, right? And let's say the prosecutor seemed to put him in quite a good light. He was an important witness. He provided us with quite a lot of insight, and that was yesterday. How does he come across to you today? What have your feelings changed at all? Because someone said something earlier that I won't repeat, but I think some people may have changed their minds. Has your mind changed? Has it changed a little, or has it changed a lot? Let's see what you guys say. Bridget says this case is intriguing. It certainly is a very subtle case. It's all about the details, right? Pawel was unflappable and the defense failed to impeach him. I think he is quite tired. Bear in mind, it's been almost 5 years that he's kept the story to himself for the most part, and I don't think he's looked forward to telling the story. I don't think he's dreaded telling the story either, but I think it's been a bit of a burden. It's a bit of a burden that he's had to bear. So I think what you can't get away from is often in a trial, when you have two good attorneys. The one attorney will be very convincing with a particular witness, and you'll feel a swell of support for that particular attorney and his argument. And then another one will come along and almost completely invert that, and you'll feel like, wow, this guy is good, right? Did that happen here? Did you kind of get that feeling here, where you totally changed your mind about Pawel? Because that would be very good attorneying, right? And my personal feeling is that he scored a few points. My personal feeling is that he did shift the needle, but I would ask, did he shift it enough? That's the question. Did he shift the needle enough? Come on, come on.
You were asked on cross-examination about your Tacoma malfunctioning when it would start. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
Just to be very clear for the jury, your Tacoma did not always malfunction when you would start it, correct?
Correct.
In fact, it would only happen about once a month.
Judge, this is all leading, and it's not what the witness said.
Well, the form of the questions are leading.
How often would it?
So instead of thinking about it in terms of was he honest or not, think about it in terms of does it help Michelle or not, right? Try not to think it through the lens of do I believe him or not? And obviously that is relevant. It is relevant to me. But it is, so it is relevant whether he is honest. But at the end of the day, you want to take that and say, does it, because it's Michelle Troconis on trial, not him. Is his credibility in question? Certainly. But at the end of the day, he reveals certain things. Remember, he's not, at the end of the day, whether the defense wants him to be on trial or not, he's not on trial, right? So at the end of the day, the question is, again, it's thinking globally, does his testimony bring Michelle Troconis close enough to the crime or not? And another way of asking that question is, does his testimony just bring Michelle closer to the crime? And I've got to say, those two statements that he quoted verbatim give me a totally different idea of Michelle Troconis. It resonates in a way, and these are obviously statements that stuck in his mind because they were quite terse statements, to put it mildly. And so, does that mean her own words have condemned her? Is that enough for that? We've still got more than half of this month to get through. So there's still quite a lot of evidence that's got to be led. Will there be cell phone evidence? Will there be other strong not character witnesses, but will there be other strong witnesses? I guess time will tell.
It happened.
About once a month.
You were asked on cross-examination about returning from 80 Mountain Spring Road with Mr. DULOS and running into Stefan Reich at Fort Jefferson Crossing. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And he indicated to you that he was there for dinner, I believe he testified to on cross-examination.
Correct.
Were you invited for dinner?
I believe somebody asked me if I want to stay, and I refused.
When was the last time you saw Mr. Doulos in person?
The last time I spoke with him in person was Friday, week after Jennifer's disappearance.
That's May 31st?
Correct.
I wanted to just display a defense exhibit if I could. Perhaps Mr. Schoenhorn can refresh my memory. What exhibit?
Is it Z or double? Just- If I may just
Yes.
approach the clerk. It's Y.
Yankee. All right. This is Defense Exhibit Y. And I'm just going to ask Mr. Gumienny, can you see that picture?
Yes.
You were asked on cross-examination about this photograph. Do you recall those questions?
No.
Do you recall being asked about the oil can that you had brought with you?
Yes.
Okay. And can you just remind the jury why you brought the oil?
Because the truck was leaking oil.
Was that your only vehicle at the time?
Was
Besides your wife's vehicle, was that your only personal vehicle at the time?
Yes.
And did you need it back?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked on cross-examination about the Chinese restaurant. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So I just want to be clear for the jury. Do you have a specific recollection as to what day you went to the Chinese restaurant?
No.
But you're indicating it could have been May 24th?
Yes.
You were asked on cross-examination about whether or not you had been in the market for a new Tacoma. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
How long had you been looking to possibly sell your Tacoma?
About a year.
And when did you tell Mr. Doulos that you were thinking about selling your Tacoma?
About that time.
And if I recall your testimony correctly, you've been working at 61 Sturbridge for approximately 1 year. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you've been leaving your Tacoma at Fort Jefferson Crossing for approximately 1 year and using work vehicles to get to New Canaan, correct?
It's important.
Prior to 61 Sturbridge, I was working on 175. There was a project in Darien. When I was working on that project, I was driving company vehicles too.
But to be clear, and then I'll ask another question. You told Mr. Doulos about a year prior to May 24th, 2019, that you were thinking about selling your vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And then for that entire year that went by, did he ever wash your car?
He did not.
And then for that entire year that went by, did he ever detail your car?
He did not.
But the week after Jennifer Doulos disappeared, he washed it
Yes.
and he detailed it?
Yes.
Just going back to the
Okay, so someone has asked, sorry, Timmy, someone has asked, is conspiracy to commit murder, isn't that premeditated? Pretty much. If you're conspiring before murder to murder, then you are premeditating a murder. I guess that's the answer.
The defendant taking your keys for a moment. You did not know that she was going to take your keys, correct?
I did not.
And what did the defendant tell you she was going to do?
Wait.
Strike that. When you were about to leave 80 Mountain Road, the defendant told you where she was going to go, correct?
I remember she said something about rugs or carpets, that she's going to meet with somebody or.
And the conversation in which she said this, you had asked Mr. DULOS to give you a ride back to 80 Mountain to get your vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Did the defendant ever call you and tell you she had your keys?
No.
She had your phone number though, didn't she?
Yes.
I think we've got about 5 minutes left, guys.
If I can just have a moment, Judge.
So, just a little bit scared to make too much of an overgeneralization here, but you can imagine in a situation where the dynamics are very clearly laid out, where there's been a acrimonious divorce that they say is like a record, like one of the worst divorce cases in the history of I guess the state. You can imagine that the criminal psychology starts to crystallize and plots start to manifest. First of all, motives are there, huge sums of money, but then resentments are burned like in a kiln, they kindled. And all of that is fodder for a premeditated crime. This is so clearly a premeditated crime because you can see how the planning takes place. The guy makes a poncho. He makes a covering so that he doesn't get himself covered in blood. He executes the crime before the nanny arrives. I think he gets out of there half an hour, 45 minutes or so before the nanny arrives. He knew that was going to happen. He knew that Nicole would be absent. He knew that he would have this person's vehicle available, right? So there's certainly a lot of elements of premeditation here, definitely. The thing that a lot of people forget to think about or talk about is something that I write about, and I remember once mentioned it to Beth Karras, and she said there is no such term, and I said, well, it's my invention. It's what I call post-meditation. So if you have premeditation, right? If you have premeditation, can you guys see that? Then you have the incident itself. Here's a knife, right? You have the incident itself, but then you have post-meditation. You have all the thinking that follows the incident, right? And typically, can you guys see that? Typically, they kind of go in a line. Where there is premeditation, the post-meditation follows in the same line. And what I mean by that is if you've been premeditating a crime, then what happens during the crime is to some extent anticipated, but so is the aftermath, also anticipated. And so where a crime is more random or more spontaneous, you won't have the premeditation lining up with the post-meditation, right? In this case, the post-meditation is the disposal of the body, right? And who knew that they had to be part of that team to dispose of the body? And so can you see that? The disposal of the body is part of the post-meditation and the aftermath. If the post-meditation is, I know exactly where to bury the person, I've made provision to do that in secret, well, then that is part of the premeditation. The post-meditation is part of the premeditation. It's the post-meditation in the sense it's the thinking that follows the crime, but who's to say that that wasn't premeditated as well? With Chris Watts, it's before he even commits the crime, he knows I'm going to take the bodies to Survey 319. He makes a decision on the Sunday, not on the Monday. He makes that decision to go to Survey 319. That's part of the post-meditation, but it's also part of the premeditation, right? So there's a lot of post-meditation in this crime, which in a way already tells you that there was a shitload of premeditation. The fact that you can't find Jennifer's body 5 years later gives you an idea of the level of thinking that went into it that was actually successful. They have actually succeeded in fooling all of us. On the other hand, the cleaning up of the crime scene was less successful. It's a good point from Earth that the post-meditation can so easily go wrong. One little drop of blood, one hair in a needle nose pliers, one little bit of dirt on a boot or something, just the smell of bleach, all of that can give a lot away. Just trying to think. And of course, if you look at the Suzanne Morphew case, invariably human remains are found. Sometimes it takes hours, as in John Benet Ramsey case. Sometimes it takes years, and then sometimes it takes a very long time. In the Suzanne Morphew case, it took 3 years. In the Lacey Peterson case, it took 3 months. What was it? Around about 3 to 4 months. What is the case in San Luis Obispo, where they eventually found some proof of human remains? Was it Kristen Smart, right? So there's so much potential in the post-meditation for things to go wrong. Absolutely right.
You were asked on cross-examination about removing the Raptor plate. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
I don't think you were asked the reason why you removed the Raptor plate. Would you tell the jury?
Mr. DULOS bumped into something with his Raptor, and he asked me to straighten up the bumper.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And then did you put the plate back on?
Yes.
I thought you just had another moment, Judge.
Yes.
I have nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Gumienny, the Tacoma keys were sticking out of the door of your vehicle as you were about to leave, correct?
Of the passenger side of my door, yes.
You saw it though, right?
Can you?
You saw the keys sticking out of the door, right?
Yes.
There was nothing that would have prevented you from just taking them with you, was there?
I was looking at it and I figured I'll be back here in 5-10 minutes, so I didn't bother taking it out.
My question is, there was nothing that prevented you from taking them right then and there, right?
Quite a good point.
Right.
If you saw your keys to your car dangling from the passenger door or wherever, and you were about to leave your vehicle, wouldn't you take them with?
And you told the police that you thought that Michelle took the keys so they wouldn't be just dangling from a car when no one else was there, right?
Right.
I just want to ask you a couple of questions about the motorcycle. You said that you paid Mr. DULOS money for that, for Michelle's motorcycle, correct?
Correct.
But you knew it was, a title was in her name, right?
Right.
You don't have any receipt or document that proves that you paid anything for that motorcycle, do you?
There might be some text messages between me, Fotis DULOS, and me and Michelle.
What do you mean there might be? Have you produced them?
No.
Did the state give you copies of what they found on your phone?
No.
And there was no reference that they gave you that, aha, we have a copy of a receipt, did they?
No.
No further questions.
Okay, so I thought that was quite a strong ending from the defense. It sort of seems like a little bit of a victory run. Whether the defense can claim to be so victorious is another question, but I think there's a little bit of theater in the court. I think that was not bad, not a bad ending. Let's just see if there's any more.
Sorry, the defendant said she sold you the motorcycle, right?
Yes.
Thanks. Nothing further.
Again, which one finishes the best? Which one finishes stronger? You might say, well, I don't like that lawyer, whatever, but I would give the finish to the defense lawyer. In terms of the meat of the testimony, I don't know if I would do the same thing. So you may remember we started off this live stream 5 hours and 15 minutes ago with a little clip from Fox 61. I'm going to end off with a clip which came out an hour ago, which just provides a nice little summary of some of the highlights from today. It's very short. We're just going to play that, and then I'm going to bid you guys adieu. It's quite late here. It is almost 1 o'clock in the morning. So we're just going to have a look at this once the ad is played. I thought I'd just played it.
Hi, good evening to you. Yeah, Pawel Gumienny is arguably one of the state's key witnesses in this case. And today, the defense spent hours drilling into his testimony from Tuesday.
Were you driving your Toyota Tacoma on the morning of May 24th, 2019?
No.
Do you agree that that is a vital question, right? This vehicle was used to transport Jennifer DULOS's body. Were you driving it that morning? And I guess another question is, were you driving it that afternoon? Did you drive it at all that day?
As far as you knew, where was your Toyota Tacoma located?
At 80 Mountain Spring Road.
With Pawel Gumienny taking the stand a second time, the state showing surveillance videos to verify his testimony from Tuesday.
You don't remember? You didn't see this yesterday?
All while the defense spent the afternoon poking holes in it. The ex-employee of Fotis DULOS describing his first encounter with police.
why does the defense need to poke holes in what he's saying? Well, because what he's saying is an attack on the credibility of his client, Michelle Troconis. Not only an attack on her credibility, it's essentially the case against Michelle Troconis. She said this. I saw her there. It's essentially him testifying to his knowledge of the case against Michelle Troconis. So absolutely the defense have to poke as many holes into him and what he's saying as they can. The question is, did they succeed? The question is, did he succeed in building the case against Michelle Troconis? And that's what makes this case so fascinating, is there's so many little things that take you in the right direction, help you build the case, but just not really enough. There's just not a smoking gun. And let's put it this way, nothing on its own is a smoking gun. But when you add all the things together, alibi scripts, inconsistent statements, her daughter being at school the whole day. I'm not going to mention all of them, but there are quite a few. 2 ponchos. When you add all of those things up together, I think we came up with 10. What she says about Jennifer, she even said this to the police. She said it was torture. It was 2 years of torture. It was a nightmare. And then what does she say to the people in her orbit? She calls her a bitch and kind of wishes her dead, right? Thanks a lot, Shaker Maker. Thanks, Nick and Timmy. Timmy, thank you. Anyway, let's listen to the rest.
After his boss's estranged wife, Jennifer Farber-Dulos, went missing. Attorney John Schoenhorn pointing out at first, Gumienny didn't reveal everything to them.
You didn't tell him at that point that you were actually over at 585 Deercliff in Avon.
At that time, no.
You didn't tell him you'd been at a junkyard in Southington for a couple of hours, did you?
No.
At that time, Gumienny says he had the seats of his Toyota Tacoma in the company car he was driving. That Tacoma is the same one police believe Fotis used in the commission of the crime.
So thanks a lot, Bridget, and to all of those who did do a little bit of statistics on the statement analysis. Bridget's count was 38, I don't recalls. That I think is certainly quite interesting. How many I don't recalls were there when the prosecution asked him questions?
Gumienny says the days after Fotis got the Tacoma detailed and pressed his employee to change the seats in his car or buy a new one. In court Wednesday, Schoenhorn pulling up these screenshots, allegedly showing Gumienny's search history weeks before Jennifer disappeared.
So even the day that the police were questioning you, you were still looking to replace your Tacoma, isn't that right?
Possible. I mean, if it's on my phone, I don't deny it.
And you had told Mr. Dulos that you were seeking to replace your Tacoma, weren't you? Didn't you? I mean,
I did.
And that can be read two ways. That can be read as Fotis taking advantage of that. Well, you look guilty. You committed a crime with this. Now you sold your car. You look guilty. Or it could look like Fotis is taking, didn't I just say that? Or it is that I've just confused myself. So the one possibility is that Pawel did commit the crime, and the other one is that Fotis took advantage of Pawel saying, "I want to sell my vehicle." That's a nice, convenient way to get rid of the vehicle. Think about how many cases vehicles are gotten rid of to break the evidence trail. Think about Caitlin Armstrong selling a Jeep Grand Cherokee, I think, is a Jeep Cherokee, but selling her Jeep within a couple of days of committing the crime that she committed. thinking about Vicky White, where they just sold a car, bought a car, sold a car. It's one way to change that evidence. So another really good example where someone has used different vehicles to muddy that whole thing is the Letitia Store case. It's possible we don't understand the vehicle story well enough in the Suzanne Morphew case, and that the vehicles might be part of the answer there. Vehicle telematics also play a big role in the Murdoch case. I'm just trying to remember whether he bought and sold any vehicles there, but selling a vehicle is one good way of getting rid of evidence, isn't it?
As for that comment Troconis allegedly made about Jennifer after one of the DULOS' dogs needed to be put down,
And then she said, I'm going to kill that bee when she turns up.
Schoenhorn implying it was all a sick joke to cheer Fotis up.
I wouldn't call it a joke, but yeah.
Well, you're cheering somebody up with some humor, right?
Not that kind of humor, but yeah.
With Gumienny in the spotlight, his attorney speaking with reporters outside the courthouse.
So this is Pawel's attorney, probably or possibly the guy responsible for saying, hey, if you don't know, just say, I don't recall, right? If you don't know, if you're uncomfortable, just say, I don't recall. That's often what attorneys advise. I don't know whether he advised that, but we'll see.
I think the last 2 days, again, are sort of mixed because he hates the spotlight. He's a very private individual, but by the same token, we're here now, and this is the beginning of the end of the circus for him, so he can get back to his life.
And so it really is the end of the circus, certainly in terms of the courtroom. I don't think he won't be back tomorrow. And so we've reached this milestone. We were waiting for it. I misjudged it by a day. Do you remember twice just before Gumienny testified, they adjourned early? Twice, not like the once seemed like, okay, he's next. Then they adjourned early again, and then anyway, so that was how it happened. Kami, thanks so much. I appreciate it. Okay, so it's 1 o'clock in the morning here. Thanks very much for being here with me. It's another really long live stream for me. I won't be doing such long live streams in the future with this case, I don't think. But I will be monitoring the trial for interesting developments. I'll probably be doing reviews more than the sort of live coverage. I know today wasn't live, but it was fairly close to being live. I want to put out a special thanks to Chelsea, who was here throughout. Thank you so much. Thanks for keeping such a tight ship. And I know Stephanie was in and out. Thanks to you for being here. Terry, are you still with us? Robbie Robin, you need to go and get some sleep. I think is it 11 p.m. in the UK? By the way, Robbie Robin, I might be making a visit to the UK this year, so I want to try and meet up with some of my fans in London or wherever they are. I'll tell you guys more about that later. Timmy, everyone says thank you. Timmy says thanks for the treats. Timmy says thanks for the treats. Okay, guys, we're just short of the 5.5 hour mark. I'm actually looking forward to, because this takes up a lot of my time and time that I could be putting up other videos and doing research. And there's some really amazing developments that have happened with Boeing. I've written a script, so I'll be putting up another thing. If you haven't watched any of my Boeing videos, watch this one. It is honestly like driving in a car with someone and them telling you afterwards, by the way, I forgot to put the bolts on I changed the one wheel at a puncture. I put the wheel back on, but I forgot to put the bolts on. And when they drop you off, they tell you that. That's kind of what I'll be sharing with you in terms of Boeing's story. It's pretty shocking. Definitely pretty shocking. There's also quite a lot of other stuff. I've got a long list of things I want to get to, but I've only got so much time each day. But I'll see what I can get through tonight and tomorrow. Jalsi says, please hit like if you haven't already. If you're watching this and you're not a subscriber, please do subscribe. If you're watching this on replay, remember you can also hit the thanks button. Also, your comments are more than welcome. So anyway, thanks a lot for joining us. For a very short time, this live stream went over 300 people in chat. So for this channel, that's quite an achievement. So thanks for visiting. I hope we see you again. Timmy appreciates his little 15-minute walk, but tomorrow is definitely going to be getting a longer one. Okay, thanks a lot, guys. Barbara, thanks for that. I'm going to make myself small and play out. Okay, thanks a lot, guys. Also, thanks so much for the super chats. Always appreciated. Take care. Let me just do this. Take care, and I'll see you guys next time.